Next order.
Order number 3.
It's indicated that you are giving notice of motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that pursuant to the provisions of Section 4310, 43.4, and 10 of the National Government Constituent Fund Act 2015, and paragraph 5.2 and 10 of the National Government Constituent Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approve the list of nominees for the Northern Menti Constituent Development Committee for the National Government Constituent Development Fund laid on the table on Tuesday, December 3, 2019, as follows. Khadija McKenna Mohammed for female youth representative, and 2, Jacob Kivenji Manyara, nominee for the constituency office male. Thank you.
Very well. Chairman, Agriculture Committee and Livestock.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 44.2, Statement Hour, this House resolves to extend the period for the inquiry into the challenges facing dairy farmers arising from a request for a statement from the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the decline in prices for milk and milk products in the country by a further period of 60 days, with effect from the date committees are expected to commence sitting in 2020. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 7. Questions and statements.
First question by the member for Magarini, who has written to request that the Honorable Bayer ask the question on his behalf. Honorable Bayer.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would wish to ask question number 520 of 2019 on behalf of the member for Magarini. This question goes to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. What is the status of the construction of the Barito Galana ADC Road in Magarini constituency? 2, what measures has the ministry put in place to expedite the rehabilitation of the said road, and when it is expected to be completed? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question is referred to the Departmental Committee on Transport, Housing and Public Works. Next question by the member for Lamu County, Captain Rueda Obo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask question number 521, 2019 to the Cabinet Secretary for Health. 1, what is the status of collecting, testing, and distributing blood and blood-related products to all transfusing hospitals in the country? 2, what is the quantity of the blood reserve in the government blood banks as managed by the Kenya National Blood Transfusion Service, and is the quantity sufficient to serve casualties in case of occurrences of disaster and emergencies? 3, what challenges is the Kenya National Blood Transfusion Services facing with regard to continued support of the project by donor agencies? 4th, What measures has the ministry put in place to ensure sufficient funding of the services? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question referred to the Departmental Committee on Health. Next question by the member for Kilifi South, Honorable Richard Chonga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to ask question number 522 of 2019. And the question is directed to Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a progress report on the construction of the 32-kilometer stretch of the Mombasa-Nairobi Highway, which has stalled at Mtoamawe in Athi River? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary further explain why the construction of the footbridge at stage 39 along the same road is yet to be completed 2 years down the line? 3, when will the construction of the said section of the road and the footbridge be completed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question referred to the Committee on Transport, Housing and Public Works. Last question by the member for Rongo, Honorable Paul Abur. Question by the member for Rongo, the Honorable Paul Abur. Member apparently is absent, not desiring to be present. Question is dropped. Just to excite you, honorable members, just to refresh your memories also about the standing orders. Questions and motions are sessional. So those of you who are asking questions, and you know the House is going to recess tomorrow, marking the end of this session, you must move with speed when we resume, or just before we resume, to come and file the questions afresh. And those motions, it's only the bills which have got a lifespan of 2 sessions. So a bill that was published this year will still remain alive and active until the end of the next session. But questions and motions, for your information, they die with the session. You know, this is a problem. Honorable Kamkate purported to have been a speaker of some place. No. Honorable Kamkate, do you want to question the standing orders or what is it?
Mr. Speaker, I do not have the authority to question the standing orders. Neither do I have the wherewithal to question this, Mr. Speaker. But I wanted to plead with you, Mr. Speaker, given what you've just said and given the urgency of some of these questions, would you like, Mr. Speaker, to utilize your powers under Standing Order number 1 to give special permission to some of these questions to be replied to even during recess period?
Again, lack of clear understanding of the very fast standing order. It applies only to those situations which are not expressly provided for in the same standing orders. So where the standing orders are provided that questions and motions are sessional, the Speaker cannot override that. So if there was no provision to the contrary, perhaps the Speaker could exercise some sympathy. But right now, there's no room for sympathy. The rules must apply as they are. Member for Igembe Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I still seek your indulgence because right now you have just communicated that most of these questions and the motions are going to expire by tomorrow. And I was given a date by the Lindo majority that mine will be responded to tomorrow. But Chair, Mr. Speaker, because I saw the chair in the chamber, can he really confirm what the leader majority said because he didn't know about it? Mine was a question of a boy who is being held in a Tanzanian in jail. And up to now, we don't know his fate. And I was requesting the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs to respond to the same one to see the security of that boy. Now that you have got hours to go, and I can see Mheshimiwa Kato Lemetito is here, and I've been talking to him over it. Can he react to it, Mr. Speaker, before it expires?
But the House will be sitting tomorrow.
Yes, but I am afraid the answer might not be there because I've not even been called to go and prosecute my question.
You are being anticipatory. The House will be sitting tomorrow.
I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker, but my fears are that I've not even been called to prosecute my case in front of the PSCS.
But it's a question. Yours is a question.
Yes.
Now you are told that it will be responded to tomorrow.
So I hear.
Has the sitting been called off?
Okay, let me wait.
Leader majority.
Mr. Speaker, we are in very interesting times. He fears whether we will sit tomorrow. He fears, the member fears whether the minister will be available, whether the chair will be around. But Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Foreign Affairs is away, and I'm coordinating with the Honorable Kato that in the worst case scenario, the Permanent Secretary can provide a written answer. Or the CAS can come and answer the matter. Tomorrow we'll have an answer for you, Honorable. Bye. You are in safe hands, my friend. And it is Almighty God who knows whether we will sit tomorrow. It's not you to decide. Don't fear if you are a man of God. But if you believe in witches, then you have to fear. No, we believe in God.
Now, I can see a few other interventions. The chair, energy. What is Honorable Kikalia?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to make a request. Honorable Speaker, I had taken a few amendments regarding the National Government CDF Act, and it's regarding the appointment of the CDFC members. Honorable Speaker, the current members, their term is coming to an end, I think, on 8th of December. And you remember in the last Parliament, Honorable Speaker, we really struggled to have them gazetted again. It took us almost 5 months. We are going to a period where we need money to pay for fees at the CDF, and yet this amendment, I took it to the legal department more than five months ago, so that we could be able to have addressed that transition period between the expiry of the current CDFC members and the others who are coming in. Now, as we are talking on the 8th, their term is coming to an end, and so it means by law, if you look at the CDF Act, it says their term will come to the end, and then the fund manager will take charge. And the fund manager cannot be able to make any decision regarding CDF until another board has been properly and legally been constituted so that it can be able to start its function. And yes, that is the position now, Duale.
I can see the chair of the select committee shaking his head in disagreement. Honorable More, you?
Now, Mr. Speaker, there is a memo from the CDF board to all the fund managers, and the members should make some effort and look at what it says. But for the benefit of the entire membership, I will table the memo tomorrow and read excerpts of it, which don't tally with what Mheshimiwa is saying. I will do it tomorrow.
Very well. Honorable Maore, are you at liberty to summarize what is contained in the memo? But remember, you're asking him to do something from memory, and if his memory is faulty, then he may have.
No, I have read the memo, Mr. Speaker, and it would be prudent for the members to wait for the accurate contents of what it says. And what it says is not what the carrier is saying. So I will do it tomorrow. I just want to be done with the members. Hold on.
No, maybe, Honorable Maore, what the members would want to know is whether is there a cause for alarm?
The expiry date for all those CDFC committees is tomorrow, not the 8th. But I'm saying when we bring the memo that is written, it explains that you don't have to worry.
Now, you know, you are discussing, there is no business. The Honorable Maore is, what he is able to remember from the memo is that you have no cause for worry. Honorable Junet, what is
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Maoke must know that he's a chairman of a committee of the House. And when he's responding to issues, he should respond as chairman. He's responding here like a government officer, Mr. Speaker. That don't worry. That's how government replies to people, Mr. Speaker. Don't worry, don't worry. We are worried because we want to know what the content of the letter of the circular. If you are saying the committee lapses tomorrow, and you're telling me don't worry. The constituency committee is CDF. You know, Majority Leader, I know you are busy with the supplementary budget. I agree with you. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Maoke, you know, only when he left Parliament, there was no CDF. I'm not sure whether it was there. Okay, it was there. But now that he's the chairman, can you share with the members what the circular says? The content. Otherwise, you should have given us yesterday copies. An insight. Yeah.
Let him respond, then we'll give you a chance.
No, I think members are actually displaying their incompetence in dealing with their fund managers over this memo. Actually, it is addressed to the fund managers, and the members should have access to it. So it is wrong for them to believe it is me who is supposed to read for them. It is not meant for the House. I was just saying it is to you with your fund managers. You should have actually sought advice from them, but for the benefit of the House, Mr. Speaker, it states that the committees that we gazetted 2 years ago, the last date for them to operate is today. But members will be at liberty to appoint new members or renew those ones that are there and make sure they are tabled before the House, which everybody knows it will not be there after tomorrow. But when the House resumes sittings, we will have those members gazetted afresh, and then, now when you are making noise, you will not get what you are looking for. And if I don't finish, you will not be able to finish out of the ignorance you are displaying. So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is, between tomorrow, you have up to 5 months to be able to regularize those CDFC committees. So in the meantime, there is no gap between the current committees and the time the others are gazetted. So there is no single day when the fund manager will be running anything single-handedly with you. So that memo, ask your fund manager to forward it to you now. Don't harass us.
Honorable John Bandi, what?
Mr. Speaker, save me from the majority leader, because I want the chair to listen to this.
Mr. Speaker, let's allow the Honorable John Bandi to make his...
Mr. Speaker, my friend Honorable Maoka Maore, you know where we were concerned. We have seen this memo. Actually, fund managers, I think of most MPs have actually liaised with many of us. At least mine has communicated with me. And yes, the term of these committees is coming to an end. And today. But Mr. Speaker,
these 5 months was not something that you were aware of. So is this 5 months administrative decision or is based on law? Because, Mr. Speaker, the concern we have is this. We will resume in February. Between now and February, there will be no committee. And we will be giving bursaries in this December, January. So, Mr. Speaker, and we need a clear assurance that these 5 months is anchored in law. Because, again, we don't want a situation where after we have left for Christmas, then we are told that you cannot spend CDF money that is in the account until and unless the committees are approved by Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, and you see the chair is not coming out so clearly, at least until now when he has mentioned the 5 months. But I want to know, where is that 5 months anchored? Thank you.
There's no mic. I think if members would have read the CDFC Act 2015, and also they learn to listen, there would be no need of being verbal. The Act is very clear. Until another committee is gazetted, there is no 1 hour gap, and I have said that. So there is no need for so many words and so many stories, Mr. Speaker.
But you see, order. Honorable John Bandi, who is not just the leader of the minority party, but a ranking member of this House. Even in the former system of governance, including now, every member of Parliament is deemed to know and understand every law. And I would expect, more particularly, the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act. It is for that reason that members are not allowed to ask questions about the law, because the expectation throughout traditions of this House is that every member understands the law. For instance, you cannot ask the chair of the select committee, what does the National Government Constituency Fund Act say about the expiry? Because you cannot ask a question about the law. Even those laws which were enacted in 1960, you are expected to know all of them. Now, this ones of 2015, they are supposed to be at your fingertips. Now, maybe those of you who can read the particular provision of the Act, the Honorable Duale, if it is before you, can you read for the members so that we don't then have to discuss something that is... Honorable Bayer, yes, what does it say?
As per the provisions of Section 43, subsection 8 and 9 of the NG-CDF Act, the tenure of the office of the members of NG-CDF shall expire upon the appointment of a new constituency committee in the manner provided for in the Act.
Now, so, Honorable Gikaria, you still have not gotten that one? What? Yeah.
Honorable Speaker,
Yeah.
I am not a very seasoned legislator, but on this one, Honorable Speaker, I mean exactly what he has read. Shall expire, and it expires today and if indeed what the chair...
Upon the appointment.
Let me finish.
Upon appointment.
Let me finish, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, I had an opportunity to sit with the legal department, and they agreed with me. Maybe he has... Honorable Duale, we give you time to do whatever... of Parliament. And they agreed with me that even upon expiry, if you would read the whole section to the end, it expires and they cannot continue. And if that is what they say, then what is the business of the memo if the law provides? What is it that the chairman is telling us that there is a memo that gives us a grace period of 5 months? What I'm just saying, Honorable Speaker, is that the term expires today and they cannot continue. And I'll be able to bring that. And I brought, and the legal department did agree with me so that we could make an amendment. And that is the truth.
Actually, honorable members, even assuming upon expiry of the terms of the current CDCs, nothing else would happen. By raising this point today, and are you not then therefore accusing yourselves? Who are sat on their rights? Is it the CDCs or is it the members who are supposed to ensure that CDCs continue running?
And that is why I was saying, Honorable Speaker, I brought amendments 5 months ago to try and address that. And it has been staying with the legal department since that. I made a request when Cheboy was the sitting speaker around 2.5 months ago, and it was never addressed again.
So what do you want me to do? You want me to direct the legal department to work overnight and ensure
not that, Speaker, but I'm just saying that I had brought it in time 5 months ago. If it was addressed by then, this would not be the case today, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Otiende Amolo.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think as you've guided us, this matter need not detain us, but 2 preliminary points. First, I think the Honorable Chairman only mentioned tomorrow, 5th, but actually the memo talks of 4 different expiry dates because they were gazetted differently. So it's from December 5th, December 20th, February 14th, and May 22nd. Not all are expiring together. Secondly, I think it's unfair for the chairman to blame honorable members for not having read, because the memo was addressed to the managers who are not our employees, but it was copied to the clerk of the National Assembly. My request, Mr. Chairman, would be that we request the clerk to circulate to members whose managers may not have contacted them, so that they have sight of the memo. And if they have sight of the memo, Mr. Speaker, then the issue raised by most members and Honorable Gikaria will be responded to. Paragraph 7 actually responds to it specifically. It goes more than just to restate the provisions of the Act. It actually states that in the transitional period, after stating the process of replacement, it is only when that process is done that then the new members can take office. But until then, the old members continue. So any legal interpretation to the contrary might be erroneous. I think that what it does is to warn us that those whose members expire as early as tomorrow and you want to replace them, then you start the process. If you want to retain them, it is as simple as simply confirming them and then continue. So I suggest, Mr. Speaker, we need to spend no more time on this except to direct that the clerk to share the memo with the rest of the members. Thank you.
Even then, it has been copied to the clerk, as you say, Honorable Otiende, to the clerk of the National Assembly. Perhaps, because you can see there are some members who interact with their fund managers much more regularly than others. Others who just take a walk into those offices and leave. Now, the Honorable John Bundy, he has already, his fund manager sent the copy to him. So, it all depends on how you relate with your fund managers. But, Honorable Gekari, I think what has been stated by the Honorable Otiende Amolo now, and which is in tandem with what Honorable went by and read out. Indeed, I also want to confirm what Honorable Otiende Amolo has said. Even in today's order paper, we are confirming, there's a motion to confirm some new members of some CDCs. So obviously, those ones cannot be expiring today, tomorrow, or even May next year. So perhaps what we could do is, if indeed, Honorable Maore, if you say you are going to table the memo here, then that could be an easier way for it to be circulated among members.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I will.
You table the memo. Then I think we don't need to spend any more time on that, on the members. other interventions, are they not on the same thing? Honorable Onyeka, sure, it's not about this now.
Chair, I just want to reassure the members. Yesterday afternoon, my fund manager raised this issue and actually said we stop activities. I actually summoned him and we sat with the CEO, who actually read that part for me and said he's going to send a memo. So that came from the CEO of the CDF fund himself. So I think members should rest assured that as it is, they are safe.
Very well. There are quite a number of assurances. I think that now should put everybody to rest. Yeah, and have some little bit of comfort. Let's move to the next order. The statement, sorry. Honorable Kato, sorry, you are to respond to some statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a statement as requested by the member for Kiambu, the Honorable Jude Jomo, who is not in the House. And Mr. Speaker, this is in relation to some alleged pending bills in the Ministry of Defense. And the statement is very, very lengthy, but Mr. Speaker, I have supplied a copy to the member. I will table this one on the table of the House. But just in a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Defense appeared before the committee and responded to the 4 questions that were raised, 4 or 5. But overall, the ministry said they have no any pending bills. And actually, when the member asked this statement that day, it was the day we had just adopted as a committee the supplementary one estimates for the ministry. And even in that supplementary, they had confirmed that they have no pending bills. So the request by the member, the pending bills that he was asking about, the ministry said that there was a time that they just requested, they placed an advertisement on the newspapers for proposals on preliminary designs of some barracks. And some contractors, so many of them, there are about very many, and they are all Kenyans, sent their proposals. But before the preliminary design was completed, the ministry terminated that said project. So, and they terminated before entering into a contract with any contractor. So there were no tenders awarded, and therefore no money was spent, and they owe nobody any pending bills, Mr. Speaker. And we discussed with the member, he has the copy, and I think he's satisfied, and that's why he has not come for it.
So the member is satisfied and has decided to go to the village. Well, yeah, the Honorable Jude Jomo has decided to go for early Christmas, having been satisfied with the answer given. Very well, you can just table it and then the matter ends there because it was sessional as well. So it is over. Order.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Nuclear Regulatory Bill National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2019. Question to be put and third reading.
Yes, Honorable Ishongwa.
Honorable Speaker, I seek your indulgence before we move to that next order on the statement, on the part of statements, on the order of statements, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, sorry, we had forgotten that. Yeah.
Yes, we had made consultation on it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the 27th of November, that is last week, 2019, you referred the message from the National Treasury on the request to stop transfer of funds to 15 county governments on account of non-settlement of pending bills to the Budget and Appropriations Committee for consideration.
Under members who are consulting loudly, member for Nakuru East, you are operating in the house as though you are in a village. Please, let us this is an important statement. And I'm sure because we all come from some counties.
Some county.
It's important that this you get to hear this statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the protection from the loud consultations. Honorable Speaker, seeing you had referred the message from the National Treasury that sought to stop transfer of funds to 15 county governments on account of the non-settlement of pending bills to the Budget and Appropriations Committee in view of the Article 225 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Article 225 of the Constitution, the Budget and Appropriations Committee held deliberations to consider this request by the National Treasury. Mr. Speaker, the committee made the following key observations regarding the request. One, that the National Treasury based its request on Article 225 of the Constitution, which empowers the National Treasury to stop transfer of funds to a state organ or any other public entity in the event there is a serious breach or persistent material breaches of measures under enacted legislations. Two, that the National Treasury has acted within the constitutional requirement and the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, the provisions of that act, in seeking to stop the 2019-2020 equitable share transfers to 15 county governments on account of non-settlement of pending bills. Honorable Speaker, three, that the position of the Controller of Budget has not been filled. And Honorable Speaker, members are aware that it's only this morning that the House has approved the nominee for the to be the substantive holder of the Controller of Budget. And hence, the Controller of Budget report on this matter, as envisioned under Article 225, sub-Article 7, would not be obtained by the committee. Mr. Speaker, given that the report on this matter from the Controller of Budget report as envisioned under Article 225, sub-Article 7 could not be obtained, the committee was therefore unable to make a decision on the request by the National Treasury to stop the transfer of funds to the 15 county governments. Mr. Speaker, now that we are going to have a Control of Budget, as has been approved by the House this morning, the committee seeks your indulgence and indeed the indulgence of this House for more time to consider this matter and comprehensively report back to this House. Honorable Speaker, I think the long and short of the statement is that we are unable as a committee to make a decision because the constitutional provisions of Article 225 sub-Article 7 is that we should have a report from the Controller and Auditor, Controller of Budget, not Controller and Auditor General, the Controller of Budget. And the fact that there was no substantive holder of that office, we were not able to obtain that report. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we may not, constitutionally, we may not be able to proceed to make a decision. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the import of that is that the request by the National Treasury stands not approved since a decision has not been made, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, is also worth noting some of the other observations that were made by members of the committee, some of who are seated in this House this afternoon. One, that, Honorable Speaker, it is said that he who seeks equity must do so with clean hands. And it was indeed noted that the National Treasury, even as they seek to take measures against county government for non-settlement of pending bills, the national government itself and the National Treasury are also guilty of not settling pending bills. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it was a feeling that even as we seek even as the National Treasury seeks to stop remittance of monies to the county governments on account of non-settlement of pending bills. I think being the bigger brother or being the father or the mother to the county governments, they should lead by example and ensure that even with the approval now of the supplementary appropriations bill that we have approved today, that in line with the Public Finance Management Act, Honorable Speaker, since pending bills form the first charge to the Exchequer, that the National Treasury ensures that even ministries and departments and agencies of government are able to settle pending bills owed especially to small and medium enterprises in this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the other question that begged for an answer is, what would be the import of stopping the release of Exchequer to the county governments and at the same time expecting them to settle those pending bills? And Honorable Speaker, there was a feeling within the committee, Honorable Speaker, that maybe we needed to provide more time, allow what is out of order. And why is this out of order?
Oh gosh.
Speaker, I don't want to interject my good friend Honorable Ichungwa, the Chair of Budget. But Mr. Speaker, the matter Honorable Ichungwa wants to deal with through a statement is not procedural. What I have tabled before this House is a statement from the National Treasury, and you refer to the Budget Committee, and the Budget Committee must bring a report for the House to discuss, not a statement, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the Chair is not a member who asked for a statement. It was a document I tabled on the status, and each one of us sitting here as a country, whether the national government is not paying pending bills, is not the question. The question that the National Treasury asked is to get the concurrence of the National Assembly, same with the Senate, on the pending bills of the 15 counties. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not the honorable member has asked. So we expected the committee, just like the supplementary, to table a report with recommendations, which is reading. Either House can decide, because as we live, a lot of people in our counties are suffering. They are becoming poor. So whether there is a legal lacuna, but all the same procedure.
I can see the Honorable Bandi has placed a request.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, actually, when the chair of my committee was reading the statement, I was a bit disturbed and I got confused because I thought the Treasury was seeking the approval of National Assembly and also the Senate to withhold funds to 15 counties, procedurally as provided for in law. And therefore, this House has to take a decision. And that decision will only be taken when a committee of the House has made recommendations in a formal way, in form of a motion, because through a statement, this House cannot take a vote. But, Mr. Speaker, probably what the chair was trying to do was maybe to explain the difficulty that the committee has in concluding this exercise. And I think he should just restrict himself to that instead of now going ahead to try to talk like he has already made a decision for the committee. Because I thought the decision is yet to be taken. The controller of budget is not in place to give his view or her view. And so when the chair speaks, he has confused me because he's already like making conclusions on why it's like we are rejecting the request of the Treasury, which I think is a decision to be taken by committee. Then the House now takes a final decision on the same. So I would request, Mr. Speaker, that the chair restricts himself to explaining why the committee has not concluded this matter, as opposed to now going ahead to talk, because many of us have a contrary opinion. Probably, yes, we may agree with him on the issue of national government also having pending bills, but we are also alive to the fact that our counties are scaling business in this country, because these counties have already given contracts, the contractors have executed, they are not paying those contractors, and even when they are told to pay, they still don't pay. Money comes and goes to their own companies. Mr. Speaker, we know of counties where a road is done, but the payment is done to someone else. So, Mr. Speaker, the view of the chairman, and I want to request the chairman, because being the chair of the budget committee needs to be careful. This house wants to take a decision based on an informed report from the committee. Thank you.
Honorable Junet, it's the same issue.
The issue is very serious, Mr. Speaker. This is a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker, in the country, because many people in the country, especially in the counties, Mr. Speaker, are suffering because of these pending bills, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, some of these pending bills, some of them are as way back as 2015, 2016 financial year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only way this matter could get justice in this parliament is through a report from the committee, not through a statement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, look, the control of budget, which the Honorable Chair has referred to, was out of office basically for 2 months. But these are pending bills that have been there long way, many years ago. I think, Mr. Speaker, and basically, the county governments have not appeared before the committee and told the committee that we are unable to clear these pending bills because the control of budget is not in office, Mr. Speaker. They have never said that. So if we give them an excuse of the control of budget not being in office, Mr. Speaker, the control of budget was in office in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, Mr. Speaker. Those are bills that have never been cleared from that time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, people are dying. People have been auctioned in the counties, Mr. Speaker, because of monies belonging to banks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the committee, with your indulgence, can you order the committee, Mr. Speaker, to give a report tomorrow evening? We discuss this matter, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow by 2 o'clock here. Stop jokes. If he's busy with walking around for Tanga, he can delegate to his vice chairman, Mr. Speaker.
Now, members, let's just return to the main issue. That indeed, the National Treasury, acting in accordance with the provisions of both the Constitution and the PFM Act, sought concurrence from the two houses of Parliament. And either the concurrence or otherwise can only be made through a resolution of the House. After the houses, each house having considered the report coming from the relevant committees. In which case, in our case, in the Budget and Appropriations Committee to which the request was referred. And therefore, whether the committee experienced difficulties, that can only be received by the House in the form of a report. So maybe the committee, I'm aware, of course, I'm aware that that same committee has also been quite busy with the just concluded process of the supplementary estimates as well, which has concluded with the passage of the supplementary appropriations bill earlier today. And therefore, the chair budget, even though you know the House is going to recess tomorrow, you may have to call your committee tomorrow morning and involve as many people as possible so that if need be, you can then table a report. Then which report can be debated, even if it means us doing a supplementary order paper to accommodate that. Honorable Ishungwa.
Honorable Speaker, of course, I'm obliged with your guidance, and what I had sought is only the only problem, Honorable Speaker, is that just like when the member from Tonyiri, the chair CDF, was speaking on the provisions of the Act, many of us were not listening, and we rushed to react to things without listening, because even what I read before I went to the other observations of some of the other things that we noted as we deliberated on the matter, I had sought the indulgence of you, Mr. Speaker, and the indulgence of the House for more time to consider this matter comprehensively and report back to the House. And that is what I had sought, Honorable Speaker. It's only that in the emotions, Honorable Speaker, of many of us, you know, Honorable Juneta, I know Governor Obado owes him some money in the county government of Migori. And I know many of us, Honorable Speaker, many of us are suppliers and contractors to many of our county governments. But as I said, Honorable Speaker, it is not just county governments, even the national government. The issue of pending bills, Honorable Speaker, is affecting in a very big way the performance of our economy and the liquidity that is there in the market, Honorable Speaker. And it's therefore not a matter that as a house we can afford to take lightly. And therefore, that is why we sought more time, because it's not a matter that we can just decide, since there was no controller, substantive controller of budget in office, that we can dismiss it and say it cannot be done, Honorable Speaker. We wanted more time to be able to consider it, and we will do that. I am informed that indeed the controller of budget has already been sworn in. So she will have the first order of business with the Budget and Appropriations Committee, Honorable Speaker, hopefully. No, somewhere in Parliament.
No. I'm aware of all those processes. So the Budget Committee, please sit tomorrow morning. No, you cannot start talking. Honorable Sankok, you can't start telling us, shouting from your place that tomorrow you are going to Naivasha. To do what? Tomorrow is a sitting day for the National Assembly, at least. I may not speak on behalf of any other, but for the National Assembly, as per the calendar which you adopted on 13th of February, tomorrow is a sitting day. So the committee will sit and bring a report to the House. And then we don't want to know about those others. But again, honourable members, you know, I've been keenly listening to some of you. Already, because of those difficulties, some of you had already gone public to say that you have rejected. It's just like I saw some of you. Unfortunately, the member who I saw a while ago in some animated press conference is not in the House, and is busy making noise about some documents that the Speaker has already expressed himself as having no feet or legs. Now, I don't know, but the member was speaking as though he's been injured. But he's injuring himself by getting information from the streets, you know. So for this one, let's leave it to get a report into the House tomorrow. Yes. Other members. Member for Kamukunji, if you could try to squat. I know it may be difficult. Member for Kamukunji, if you are able to squat. And the member next to Honorable Duale, is he able to assume some seat? Yes. I know he's a member for Aldai. You know, honourable members, you cannot come here to pursue personal interests. Personal. Honourable members, I wish to recognize the presence of Mr. Anthony Stardon, a consultant from the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association International from the United Kingdom, who is seated in the Speaker's Gallery. He is in Parliament on the invitation of the CPA Kenya branch to carry out a self-assessment exercise on the CPA recommended benchmarks for democratic legislatures. The CPA recommended benchmarks for democratic legislatures were first published in 2006 and comprise of 87 indicators for excellence in Commonwealth parliamentary and legislative practice. Honourable members, Mr. Stardon has held meetings with the speakers of the Houses of Parliament here in Kenya and the House leadership, and he is scheduled to meet chairpersons of selected committees and members of the CPA Kenya branch executive committee. Upon conclusion of the self-assessment exercise, the CPA International will prepare a report that will highlight the status of our Parliament in upholding the recommended benchmarks. Honourable members, on my own behalf and that of the House, I wish to once again welcome him to the National Assembly this afternoon and wish him fruitful engagements during the remainder of his stay in the country. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Nuclear Regulatory Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2019. Question to be put and third reading.
Honourable members, as you will recall, debate on this bill was concluded yesterday in the Committee of the Whole House. But the question could not be put, given that the House did not, are not compliant at the time to the provisions of Article 121 of the Constitution, which it now complies with. And therefore put the question that this House to agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Nuclear Regulatory Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2019. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Nuclear Regulatory Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2018 be now read a third time. And I request Honorable Gikaria, the Chair of Energy Committee, to second.
Honorable Gikaria.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, those of you who are just, you know, Member Volimuru, please allow us to transact the business. Just, please, if you can to look at the on the paper, then you know you will not. I don't have to keep calling on you to either freeze or assume some seats. So, honourable members, I propose a question, which is that the Nuclear Regulatory Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2019, be now read a third time. Is that the desire of the House? I put the question. Yes. Very well. Having confirmed that the House corrects, I therefore put the question, which is that the Nuclear Regulatory Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2019, be now read a third time. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for a comprehensive framework for the regulation of safe, secure, and peaceful utilization of atomic energy and nuclear technology, the production and use of radiation sources, and the management of radioactive waste, the repeal of the Radiation Protection Act, and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, motion, report on consideration of the Central Bank of Kenya Mortgage Refinance Companies Regulations 2019. Question to be put.
Very well, honourable members. Again, debate on this motion. No, don't do that. Now, not just freeze. This thing of moving about like, you know, other creatures. Please. Debate on this motion was concluded. What remained is for the question to be put, which I hereby do. That this House adopts a report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Central Bank of Kenya, in brackets, Mortgage Refinance Companies, Regulations 2019, Legal Notice number 134 of 2019, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, November 21st, 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013, standing under number 210, subsection 4, paragraph B, annuls Regulation 26, subsection 2, and Regulation 42 of the same regulations. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 10, the Business Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 80 of 2019. First reading. A bill for an act of parliament to make amendments to various statutes to facilitate the ease of doing business in Kenya and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 11, special motion. Approval of nominee for appointment as a representative of the Parliamentary Service Commission to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Resumption of debate.
Honourable members, I am informed that this motion was moved by the chair of the Finance and National Planning Committee. It was seconded, and the question proposed. Time ran out at that point. So, any member of the Liberty, I'm assuming that these ones who have placed the Honorable Pukose, what are you saying about this?
Honorable Speaker, this is been exhausted, and Honorable Amin Abdallah is well known to this House, and Honorable Speaker, I don't think we should subject it to a lot of debate. Just understanding order number 95, I ask that the mover be called to reply. Yes.
Well, the mover doesn't even appear to be.
The mover is around.
Yes, Honorable, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I think Honorable Otieno will agree with me. These are the kind of things that when they go to court, the judges will indict Parliament. I really want Honorable Pukose to withdraw that it has been debated extensively. Because the Speaker himself said it's the mover and the seconder. So you can't use that word. And we need to remove it from the answer. Because the Speaker, you are the one who said answer. You said it's only the mover and the seconder. Nobody else spoke to it. So the use of that word, Mr. Speaker, will even negate what we want to do. We have no problem with the use of 95. But the word, that's it.
Honorable Speaker, the mover moved this motion extensively, and also the seconder seconded extensively. Actually, Honorable Speaker, if we have to debate it, we'll be repeating the whole report, because, you know, all of us have read the report. And it will only be a repetition of the same report over and over and over. So I don't think I should withdraw my request that the House to agree with me that the mover be called upon to reply. And even the majority leader is now agreeing. Yeah. Yes. And the majority and the minority leader, I know he also agrees.
Honorable John, you want to contribute? Honorable members, I think you also need to look at that standing order number 95. And you notice that it's not always that the Speaker will agree. Yes. And therefore, the Speaker can take his or her time to listen to some other views and try to test whether what the Honorable Pukose raised is still a mood in the House.
Mr. Speaker, the mood may be for the motion to be passed, but I was wondering what the mover would reply on, because the motion was just moved and seconded. And it's basically the mover who spoke and the seconder. So now, what would the mover reply? But Mr. Speaker, let me just say a few things about this motion. Much as we want to pass, and we support Amina Abdallah, many of us worked with her, or have worked with her, at least for me, we worked with her in this parliament for about 10 years. I know she's competent, she's able, she's very organized in her thinking and even her work. And we know she's likely to do a good job. But Mr. Speaker, I'm worried about the people we give appointments of Salaries and Remuneration Commission. They appear very good at the point of vetting, at the point of approval, but the moment they get to this commission, they completely forget about Parliament. In fact, they get into commission with the sole agenda of fighting Parliament in order to be seen to be working for Kenyans. I don't know where it is written that the only way to reduce wage bill in this country is by attacking the remuneration of members of Parliament and Parliament as such. But because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the remuneration of members of Parliament, it is an insignificant proportion of the wage bill in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask Salaries and Remuneration Commission to think outside the box. Let them not have this confined thinking and limited thinking that the only way to work there and be appreciated by Kenyans is when you attack members of Parliament. Look, they have been fighting the salaries of members of Parliament, and yet the wage bill has been increasing. Yet the salary of members of Parliament is stagnant. In fact, if you ask me, who served in the 10th Parliament, 11th, and now this one, and my other colleagues can attest to this, the whip, or the majority whip, can attest to this. The salaries has been going down for members of Parliament, but the wage bill has been increasing. So what is happening? It is clear that Salaries and Remuneration Commission does not know its work, and the commissioners don't know their work. Please, I want to ask these commissioners, because they contract everything. We have put them there on permanent basis, and yet they consult on everything. They hire consultants for every little bit of work that is performed by that commission. So I want to ask Amina Abdallah, as she goes to this commission, to inject new ideas to this commission, which we thought Dalmas Otieno would do. But I think Dalmas Otieno is overwhelmed. Let her go and help Dalmas Otieno bring proper thinking to this Salaries and Remuneration Commission, and to avoid this idea of Mengich, is she called Mengich? Mengich thinking that by posturing out there that she's fighting members of Parliament, she thinks she's serving this nation. She is not. The salaries, the wage bill is still going up every day. But Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to ask Mengich, before she attacks the many, many allowances that she's talking about, to ask herself, how come those allowances came to exist? It's because of the poor remuneration of our civil service. That is why they have been creating other allowances to take care of the other assignments that they are given. If our civil servants can be given a proper consolidated pay, then there would be no need for many, many allowances that we are seeing. They are calling them, I think, 146 allowances. So rationalize, get those allowances and consolidate and put as a consolidated pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Duale.
Speaker, so that the chair, in replying, he has to say something procedurally. I support, and I think Honorable Amina Abdallah has been here, and she knows the goings of Parliament. Even though I thought Honorable Dalmas will put his foot down, because he served as a minister for many years. You know, if you have served in the executive, sometimes you become apologist. I think he has become an apologist. So I think, well, with Honorable Amina Abdallah, they can put the case for Parliamentary Service Commission to SRC. Mr. Speaker, as we approve Amina Abdallah, I think we we need to revisit the SRC Act and make that commission a part-time. When it was being made full-time, within this parliament, the essence was to give them more time to discuss issues and have time for the speaker, the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, have time. But it looks like it's now being different. And if you look at what goes on in the judiciary, in the national government, in the county governments are employing people every day. Letters are being issued. You will even find somebody who is fresh from the university and is given a job group scale of the county commissioner or maybe even a consultant. But they are focusing more on parliament. So I think so that they get time, more or less time, which will make them part-time. But I really want to ask the Speaker through the Public Accounts Committee chair, and he's sitting here, where the Minister for National Treasury uses Article 223 of the Constitution to pay payments and come and seek the approval of the House. And the House, through the Budget and Appropriation Committee, rejects that payment. What happens? Because I remember there was a certain amount of money that the former Minister for Finance used in buying vehicles for SRC commissioners irregularly and not within the law. His application of 223 is defined in the PFM Act and in the Constitution. It must be a matter of emergency. So the Budget and Appropriation Committee in their report for 2019-2020, they rejected. So we expect somebody to be surcharged. And this must be seen in the report of the Public House Committee. So who are we surcharging? If it is the former minister and his peers, and there are many other cases. You even rejected the Ruaraka land issue, the 1.3 which was paid. We rejected. Parliament rejected. So who was surcharged? And if we don't be very serious, and those officers be held accountable, then there will be an abuse of 223, Article 223 of the Constitution by the National Treasury. So I think as we approve Amena Abdallah, the Finance Committee led by the ABO Chair, Honorable Limu, and Honorable Wandai, you need to consult and see what happened. That 200 plus million, which was rejected by the Budget Committee in the 2019-2020, who will be responsible? I mean, we are having the audited accounts. We are discussing this afternoon. So I think the chair must have a list of anybody who has been surcharged for violating Article 223. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I think Parliamentary Service Commission that you chair, today in the supplementary appropriation, we created a third account holder called the Joint Services. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's very easy to manage Parliament. The Senate, they have their own accounting officer. The National Assembly, they have their own accounting officer who's our clerk. And we have now an accounting officer for the Joint Services, Mr. Nyandiere. So when we ask, there's a problem in the gym, for example, that is Joint Services. I think that officer now has resources. So we expect the Joint Services to improve because we have made it easier for him bureaucratically. Now he can spend money. He doesn't need to go to the clerk of the National Assembly. He doesn't need to go to the clerk of the Senate. So I think with those many remarks now, Honorable Pukose, because now at least we have discussed extensively. Now I think you are now I think no, I don't know whether your request will be accepted by the House, but now it's a bit now tidy and a bit decent. And Honorable Otieno Moro will agree with me. At least now it's a bit decent, so more tidy. So if there are two other members, maybe, but now you are in order.
But I think honorable
I beg
members,
to support.
members, I think there's a point there which I think which goes to our two chairs, Honorable Opio Wandai and Honorable Abdul Samad, who chair the upmost watchdog committees, that we need this thing about surcharge. It is there in the law. And the reason why, as many of you would recall, we established a committee on implementation of this house, also as to make follow-ups of some of those recommendations. Because it appeared over a long period that Parliament would act in vain. You make recommendations for people to be surcharged. If they are disputing that, they can go and challenge those recommendations before court. But it is not open to the executive to just take the recommendations of the House and then implementation status a year later is the matter is with DCI, the matter is with the EACC. We are following up. We don't want, and of course the Honorable Kent, I believe, is around. So please, Honorable, I'm very happy that the three of them are sitting together there, that indeed we want the resolutions of this House implemented. It is not that the House is on a witch hunt, but its resolutions must be implemented, must be taken with the seriousness that is expected. So that issue of surcharge, I think it's important because we don't want people only pointing fingers at Parliament, the institution of Parliament. If there is anybody who has done something wrong also in Parliament, then the committee is at liberty to make similar recommendations. But when the House resolves in a particular way against other people out there, they must be held accountable. Member for Fumula, I could see you are almost standing.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this motion. This motion. On the onset, I support the nomination of the former honorable member of this House to sit in that particular position. I hope we'll come to, of course, a positive conclusion on this matter. As I support honorable member, honorable Speaker, I didn't have an opportunity to serve with her here. That's why we felt very intimidated when Honorable Kose purported to call the mover to reply. And knowing that not 75% of members of Parliament are always new in every Parliament, it was important to be given an opportunity to make one or two remarks in respect of this proposal before this House. Honorable Speaker, I must admit that based on the report I've seen, based on the CV of the appointee, she is such a decorated member of this country. She's such a decorated member that we hope will add much needed value on the House.
Let it be a point of order, not a point of argument. Honorable Pukose.
Honorable Speaker, the word purport means I don't know what I'm talking about. That's the English definition. I'm a medical doctor. I would want the Honorable, and I refer to Standing Order 95, meaning I knew what I was talking. So I would want the Honorable member to please withdraw that remark, because you cannot claim that I purported. That's very unparliamentary. Yes.
Honorable Udo.
Honorable Speaker, I hope the standing orders allow me to ignore, disregard the comment and proceed with my comment. Honorable Speaker, as we stand here today,
you see, what was it? And that's why honorable members sometimes it becomes very difficult when you are supposed to be here and yet, like now I'm being told to look at some purported corrigenda. But you see, the reason why the Speaker has to look at some of these things when I'm not here is so that I'm also able to apply my mind. And therefore, I'll be actually directing that the proposed order number 14 shall not be proceeded with on the other paper, because now there are too many. What was the issue of? In what context did you use the word purported?
Honorable Speaker, and I think my colleagues who have spoken before me have made it very clear, when even the leader of majority made it very clear that we cannot bring the discussion to an end and call the mover to reply when there's nothing to reply. And Honorable Speaker, you have made a ruling to that effect that you would wait to listen to a few comments before you make a determination on that matter. So Honorable Speaker, allow me, if you don't mind, so that I don't lose my minutes, to enable me make a contribution on this matter. Honorable Speaker, I must admit that the service the lady has, honorable member has offered this country is distinguished, and I'm even feeling that such a decorated CV probably going to CRC might not really bring out the best of her in respect of service to this country. It is unfortunate with such a kind of a CV, she has not been considered for higher positions in this country. We hope, and most of us would envy, she would look as if she was born with a silver spoon, that for all those years she has served in Parliament through nomination, she has gotten this position, and we sincerely hope she will go there and serve the interest of the organ that has nominated her to sit in that CRC. Honorable Speaker, as we stand here, we feel, many Kenyans feel, CRC has veered off its mandate. CRC seems to concentrate on very minor and small irrelevant issues.
The body which was called CIC ceased to exist.
SRC, Honorable Speaker, thank you for correction. CRC seems to have veered off its mandate. SRC, Salaries and Remuneration Commission, seems to have veered off its mandate and concentrated on irrelevant issues instead of focusing on the core issue. The issue of productivity of an employee or a worker is related to the amount of compensation. For you to get the best of a person, he or she must feel is adequately compensated for the services they are offering to the employer, and in this respect, the government or the people of Kenya. Concentrating on minor issues instead of looking the HR aspect holistically is to miss the point. Honorable Speaker, if you walk around this country, members or staff of the civil service employed by Public Service Commission are the most miserable members in this country. Honorable Speaker, if you look at teachers all over the country, are the people who have got the least pay, yet they undertake such important duties in a society, it is impossible to believe that the way they are demonized, the way they are belittled by Salaries and Remuneration Commission, it does not offer them any motivation to serve this country. Honorable Speaker, it is important, as we sit here, that the members we are nominating to sit in the CRC seriously go there and consider the interests of these people without being discriminative and being conformist. Honorable Speaker, the problem we always have that members who go to sit in these bodies go there and serve their personal interest or interest of the executive without serving the interests of the people of Kenya. With those few remarks, I support the motion.
Sorry. Member for Emurwa Dikir, I haven't heard your voice for some time now, and I'm told now you are you have joined another club.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I was going through a transitional period in my life, and therefore I had to take each and every step slowly. Mr. Speaker, I would wish to thank you, and I wish to also say that I support this particular motion, not especially because Amina Abdallah Mheshimiwa served with us in this House. Mr. Speaker, if members of this House are looking for somebody to represent them in the SRC, then actually we are missing the point. Because we had Mheshimiwa Olo Aringo serving in that position, we had Dalmazo Tien also serving in the same position, and many others who we thought maybe they were going to look at the affairs of this House. Mr. Speaker, we have the Parliamentary Service Commission, which are supposed to be looking at the affairs of this House. So when we put somebody in SRC, let us agree that somebody is going to serve as a national figure, and that person is going to serve the nation. What we're only asking from them is to serve diligently follow the Constitution and the laws which are made in this House. Mr. Speaker, I support Amina Abdallah because of much I've seen about her. We served together in this House. And I think as much as her position was through a nomination, I think she was the longest serving member through a nomination in this House. But she never disappointed her nominees. And she was a person who stood her position. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to say that the lady will serve the nation diligently and Parliament. But you see, Mr. Speaker, I think if we want this House, Mr. Speaker, to actually have that image that we want, Mr. Speaker, it is us members of this House who should live up to that expectation. You cannot expect, Mr. Speaker, to be treated with respect outside there if us members in this House do not even treat our position with respect. We must serve in this House with a lot of respect. Some of us members, Mr. Speaker, at times we just watch what people do. But sometimes we must be good examples. You know, I've joined Kenyans. I've joined members of this House, Mr. Speaker, as a father. So I now speak as a father, Mr. Speaker, and I would want to say, let us speak, let us carry ourselves. You know, Mr. Speaker, before I did that, I used to be reckless, and you know, Mr. Speaker. But nowadays, I'm sober, I'm organized, and and my chairman can confirm, Mr. Speaker. So I would want to urge these members, the members of this House, that let us change the image of this House. It is us who can make this House respected outside there. It is us who can make this House not respected outside there. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say Parliament must be respected. And at times, when you hear what people talk about Parliament, saying this thing cannot, I was listening to some statements from outside, Mr. Speaker, saying some issues cannot be brought to this House. Mr. Speaker, this is a House under Article 95, which has the mandate to legislate on anything below the sun. And all the legislations we are using in this country, Mr. Speaker, when you look at even this table, all these rules.
There's a point from the Honorable TJ Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, sir, hearing my friend from Medakir, would it be in order, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you consider giving this eminent member paternity leave for the good things he has done to himself and to this nation?
Well, I'm sure he has applied his mind fully to the, is it the Labor Act? Which one? There's a law we passed in 2006 or thereabout. I'm sure the Deputy Speaker remembers that. And I think it could apply to the member for Emurua Dikil very, very well, as suggested by the Honorable Kajwang. Are you through? Or he said he was now a father, something like that. Now that you are a father, let's give the member for Suba North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, I am very happy that you've given me an opportunity after the Honorable for Emurua Dekir, who has just gotten married. And Mr. Speaker, the reason is because some of us are veterans in marriage. He can come for tutorials from us. The only place he beats me is that he's beaten me to having a child. So I'm going to catch up, but in the spirit, not live, Mr. Speaker. I've given up on that front. But I will come and help him to babysit, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I want to say that I support the nomination for Honorable Amina Abdallah to this position. Mr. Speaker, I know Honorable Amina Abdallah very well. And I can tell you that when we came into this parliament, the 10th parliament, and we sat with her in the Justice Committee, and I can tell you for a fact that whenever other members from the opposite side walked out of the room or were in the room, Mr. Speaker, I did not care because it was a very contentious committee. But when Amina was in the room, Mr. Speaker, all my senses became alert because even though she was not a lawyer, She has a mind sharper than that of a lawyer, and I'm not flattering, Mr. Speaker. I think a lot of members don't understand why she was nominated in the same party 3 times. She's an extremely brilliant woman. She is very intelligent and a strategist par excellence. And I can tell you she did some work for her party that many people didn't know. She would sit in this house. She was not a person who would go to rallies and do such things, but she would sit in this house. And when I saw her speaking to one member of our party, I would have to follow because I knew she was lethal. She spoke to you and you would move over. So I can tell you for a fact that Amina was an excellent addition to her party. And sometimes I would encourage parties that see the strengths of individuals in your party. Not everybody must be excellent in speaking. Not everybody was given the gift of the gab. Some are very good at strategies. Some are very good at legal, action. We all have different strengths. And Chair, without even compromising, not even compromising, without talking about what she will do in the Salaries Commission, I can say for a fact that she's going to add value. Whether that value will be favorable to us as MPs or not, I don't know, because I know she's also a very fair and just person, and she knows what members of parliament go through. But I know for a fact that she is diligent in her work. I know that she's committed, and I know she does an excellent work. And I would have no reservations commending her for such a job. I would only have reservations in commending her in a job where she's our opponent, where she's fighting my party, for instance. But where she's doing work that is professional. Mr. Speaker, even yesterday, without knowing, I actually didn't know that she was recommended for this position. Without knowing, I was actually congratulating her yesterday for the work that she did for delegated legislation. She's actually the reason we have delegated legislation. And she's not a lawyer. And she brought a very technical piece of legislation. And she didn't bring it because somebody has actually tutored her. You could see she actually understands very clearly what that law was about. And not only that law, she did a lot of excellent work in this house, even when she was chair, I think, of either Environment or Land Committee. And I think she was even awarded. So I want to say I have absolutely no reservations. And I'm hoping that as members of parliament, as much as we joke and laugh a lot, the legacy of people like Honorable Amina Abdallah should be a challenge to us. That one time when you are long gone, can people look into your work and, despite our political divide, very confidently support you and your work? And I do support her despite the fact that we come from different political leanings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, just one moment. It is a person who has served with her for also quite some long time, the member for Kuresoi North and the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly.
I really thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I were asked, probably the position that should have been given to Honorable Amina would have been a CS. In fact, we were expecting that kind of a big position. And for us who have served with her for a long time, in 2003, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure you will remember, many people have always talked of Amina Abdallah as a nominated MP, and they may not even know how she was nominated. The Kenya African National Union Party, KANU, was the first party to have a nomination by vote in the year 2003. And Honorable Amina Abdallah was among 4 other eminent Kenyans who were nominated through a vote, including a vote, Mr. Speaker, of your own, when you are. And Amina Abdallah was nominated. Honorable Mutula Kilonzo, a very eminent lawyer, was nominated. And several others. They were 4 in number. And you, Mr. Speaker, having seen Amina through that process, in 2003, when she was nominated, she again joined me as one of the members of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. She came there, of course, as an ordinary member because we were not so sure that we wanted to give nominated members positions at that point. But come the following parliament, she was made the chair of delegated legislations because she created that particular very important committee. Thereafter, through an election, she managed to win against even elected members of parliament and became the chair of Environment and Natural Resources Committee. And she worked very well. Honorable Amina Abdallah previously had worked even in the NGOs. So it is a very good thing that we would have somebody who is not only a politician, but also has things coming from other different backgrounds. Talking about her being intelligent, Mr. Speaker, is nothing that I can even say because she is extremely intelligent. She, you know, with her master's degree, she was very good in her committees. So, Mr. Speaker, what we expect of Honorable Amina Abdallah is not to go and do favors for anybody, not even members of parliament. We want somebody who will go and instill a sense of fairness so that every other person, and I'm not talking about members of parliament, the teachers are having issues. Other public servants are having issues. We want somebody who is as intelligent, who is as rational, and we know. Some of the people we have elected before to that particular place have gone there and gotten submitted. We have had an opportunity to serve with Honorable Amina Abdallah as members of parliament for more than 3 terms. We believe when we say now that this is a person who's been tried and tested, it is true, Mr. Speaker. So I would urge members, especially those members who have not worked with her, in this lady who is going to be approved today, if you accept, you have a person who probably will not do favors, but will do the right thing. And if the right thing is done, Mr. Speaker, we would not be complaining. You know, there are some very petty things that people don't appreciate, very small ones. In Amina Abdallah, we believe these things can be appreciated. Adding herself to Honorable Dalmas Otieno, we will be having somebody who served in an NGO sector, who has served as a politician, and probably Dalmas Otieno who's been a minister, and things will be good. So, Mr. Speaker, I beseech members to quickly pass her, and then you will see the results very shortly. Thank you very much.
Well, honour members, I now revisit. There is more business. I now revisit. If we are going to say the same thing, I now revisit the question, the point raised by the Honorable Pukose. What different? Honour members, I put the question, which is that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable mover, Honorable Limo.
All right. Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me this chance to reply. And as I beg to reply, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the members who have contributed. They have contributed very nicely. Honorable Amina Abdallah is an outstanding person in terms of performance. All of us who are in this house, in the 11th Parliament, saw our contribution. So we have no doubt in our mind that this is the right person who is going to ensure that that stereotype which has been formed at the SRC about members of parliament, about certain category of civil servants like teachers and all that, will be removed. We want a commission which is going to comply with the Constitution to work for Kenyans, generally, in total, but should not be talking about a certain category of people. Mr. Speaker, we want also to urge to ensure that the Constitution is complied with. Currently, for record purposes, this is a commission which is breaking the law, and it is pretending to be above the law. Mr. Speaker, I want to inform this House that last week, during the processing of a supplementary budget, this is a commission who came to our committee and presented some requests to be given some funding, yet they had already planned a workshop to waste public money on a workshop to talk about wage bill, and they had not been given authority. This House had not approved. Even now, we are still discussing the budget. Supplementary budget. Yet they have already done the workshop last week. So we want to ask. We want to look at asking for special audit to be done on SRC to ensure that they comply with the law. How do they spend public money without approval of the House? Last budget, there was a supplementary budget again to procure vehicles, as if they were emergency. We did not approve. So it is regular payment. They are supposed to be surcharged. In fact, this is a commission which should follow the law. And I'm sure Honorable Amina Abdallah, being a very able person, is going to bring order to that commission. Mr. Speaker, we are also considering making some recommendations so that this commission is in line. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the office of the clerk for the support which gave us during this process. We also thank the office of the speaker, because we actually required a lot of support. I also equally thank the members of this house for the support which we got from the various members during this process. Mr. Speaker, and finally, I thank the members of the Committee on Finance and National Planning. This was a job well done, and we really thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply.
Member for Sirisia, can you be in the house? You can't just stand in your place and start looking all over. It's going to draw your attention to the fact that you are not, you are now here. Honourable members, I put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its report for approval as a representative of the Parliamentary Service Commission to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, December 3rd, 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 250, Clause 2, Paragraph B of the Constitution, and Section 7, Subsection 11 of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act, this House approves the appointment of the Honorable Amina Abdallah as the representative of the Parliamentary Service Commission to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next order. Next order.
Order number 12, motion, approval of nominees to the Baringo South National Government Constituency Development Fund Constituency Committee.
No, honourable members, the House has not adjourned. The House has not adjourned. We are still in business. Honourable members, before we proceed to the motion listed as order number 12, as I indicated earlier, I want at this point to allow the chair of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations to table some reports and give notice. Honorable Kato.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity to lay this paper or report. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, December 4th, 2019. That is a report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance on Tax Matters for ratification. And having laid that, Mr. Speaker, allow me to give notice that, Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance on Tax Matters for ratification, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 4th December 2019, and pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance on Tax Matters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Kato, you've given notice as well, isn't it? Very well. That motion should be, the clerk will have it listed for debate tomorrow. Honourable members, business appearing order number 12 is approval of nominees to the Baringo South National Government Constituency Development Fund Constituency Committee. The mover is the chairman of the Select Committee on National Government Constituency Development Fund, the Honorable Richard Maure Mauka. He is absent. The Member of Parliament for Baringo South is also absent, not desiring to be present at all. And this is about his constituency. You know, this is the thing I keep telling you members. It's about your constituency. You should be the one, unless you don't look at the order paper. You cannot. So, honourable members, the motion then is deferred. It's deferred. We go to the next order. The leader majority cannot, is not the one to move for that one on CDF. We move to the next order.
Order number 13, the Kenya Roads Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 77 of 2019. Second reading.
And before it is moved, I want to make it absolutely clear that after you conclude debate on second reading of that bill, because I've seen some proposed amendments which are being submitted to me when I'm here on the chair. And therefore, I have not had occasion to consider them, apply my mind to them. I therefore order that the business appearing as order number 14 shall not be proceeded with this afternoon. So, if the House concludes debate on order number 13, the next order should be business should be order number 15, as per the order paper. We proceed. Leader Majority.
Speaker, I'm not the chairman of the National Government Select Committee on CDF. And they must carry the business here. Speaker, I beg to move that the Kenya Roads Board Amendment Bill 2019 can be now read a second time. So, Speaker, this is a small bill, and one of the reasons why it is here is because the Senate, our colleague, the Senate, decided to kill at the mediation stage the roads bill, which was very comprehensive. And this matter was very, very urgent. It was part of the roads bill, and the National Executive, the Ministry of Transport, realized that now this is important for them, and we must deal with it in terms of amending the law as it was in the roads bill before we go on the long recess, so that certain functions of the member for Baringo South is here, and he can his matter has been deferred. So, Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, this amendment is basically on the Kenya Roads Board. And the Kenya Roads Board, as per section 6.1 of its own Act 1999, is mandated to oversee the road network in Kenya and in making sure they coordinate the maintenance, the rehabilitation, the development of road infrastructure, which ideally they fund. And this indeed, Mr. Speaker, is a very huge responsibility in view of the extensive road network that has been given to the board in order to ensure that there's accessibility, there's equity in terms of road network in our country. And you may take cognizance that the road maintenance and infrastructure development itself is a very, very expensive venture for any economy. And that's why this House, the Speaker, allocates a lot of resources every financial year to the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure in order to improve our ports, our airports, our roads, our railways, and many, many others. So there was need after public participation and consultation in government, there was need to come up with a very innovative idea for the purpose of increasing resource base available to this sector. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, even today, because of the rains that are taking place in our country, a lot of roads have been destroyed, bridges have been destroyed, and I'm sure this was not anticipated in the budget to that ministry. So I am sure the Ministry of Infrastructure must be relooking at the supplementary budget we have passed, and even the next supplementary budget, to make sure that there's some money allocated for emergencies. So the Kenya Roads Board has relatively successfully managed what we call the Road Maintenance Levy Fund over the last 20 years. However, Mr. Speaker, in 2016, and in realization for more funds for road maintenance, and with the support of International Finance Corporation and the World Bank, Kenya Roads Board undertook a study, a preparatory works for marketing as financial sound infrastructure bond. That can we create an infrastructure bond that will make sure that outside the resource we have, Kenya Roads Board will have the powers to engage other partners in order to increase their resource base. And in order to undertake the issuance of that bond, road bond, which was in the roads bill that collapsed, and the Committee of Transport through the chair passed it, and was not even part of the clauses that were mediated. Even the Senate Transport Committee agreed, but because of the issue of the Constituency Roads Committee and how greedy the Senate members were, that they should have their members in that committee, the roads bill collapsed. So there was this particular amendment. So in order to undertake the issuance of the road bond when there's a need, then we found there was the absence, the lacuna of a legal review, a legal gap in the Kenya Roads Board Act 1999. And this amendment, small amendment, could enable now Kenya Roads Board to go to the market and deal with the International Finance Corporation, the World Bank, the IMF, as they help us in constructing. I really want to thank the World Bank, because for the first time in the history of Kenya, they are now financing the construction of the road between Isiolo, Wajir, all the way to Mandera. Same, I think, was done to the Marsabit Road. Same is being done through partners to the Mai Mahiu, Limuru, Mai Mahiu, Mau Summit, dual carriage. So this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, gives powers to Kenya Roads Board to borrow. It also enables Kenya Roads Board to receive all development funds for the road network for the national government. It also exempts development fund and any other funds borrowed from the fuel levy allocation criteria in section 6 of the Kenya Roads Board Act. It gives powers to the Cabinet Secretary to set aside a fund to secure extra resources, extra funding. So it's a small bill, and Mr. Speaker, if I look at the clauses, clause 2 seeks to ensure that reference in the section 6.2d of the Kenya Roads Board Act is made only to the fuel levy and not to any other source of monies for the fund. So in order to exempt the development budget and any other funds raised through borrowing from the funds allocated or allocation formula, which are stipulated in the Act. So we are touching on that. Clause 3 seeks to amend Section 19 of the Kenya Roads Board Act to ensure that the annual roads program funded out of the monies appropriated by Parliament or borrowed funds are managed under the terms prescribed by the board with approval of the Cabinet Secretary. So, Mr. Speaker, those are only, so we only deal with clause 2, 3, and 4. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the last proposed amendment contained in clause 5.6 to insert section 32A, which empowers the Roads Board with the approval of the Cabinet Secretary on matters relating to roads and other infrastructure, including the bridges and all that. So as I conclude, I wish to assure the House, the honorable members, that the proposal in the bill comply with the provisions of the Constitution and standing orders. The amendment, I'm sure, which are being proposed by the committee. I haven't seen any individual member. The chair will tell us. From where I sit, I see he's only improving on the bill. He engaged the stakeholders, he has tabled the report, and as I move, I ask the chair of the Transport Committee to second and give the views of the stakeholders, including the Minister of Infrastructure.
Chairman Transport, Honorable Kosing.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and also like to extend that thanking also to the leader majority. He's actually captured all what is in this bill, Honorable Speaker. And for me, as a chair, I'm communicating to the House, and then, of course, the views from the public. We had yesterday, Honorable Speaker, a public participation session. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, then I would like to share with the House as I second this motion, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, this motion is just dealing with one thing. It's only 5 clauses, Honorable Speaker. And it is dealing with one main thing, which is to give Kenya Roads Board the chance and power to borrow a bond. That is all, Honorable Speaker. Once that is understood, then the rest is legal, and in terms of now frame and the text, it's just giving the power to Kenya Roads Board to borrow a bond. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, maybe one question members will be asking is, why do we give power Kenya Roads Board to ask for a bond? Why don't, for example, Treasury continue the way they have been doing in borrowing bonds? Honorable Speaker, it was the wisdom of this committee, and therefore the benefit of the House, Honorable Speaker, that we give Kenya Roads Board the power to borrow that roads bond, Honorable Speaker. Reason being, which this committee was pushing for the last 2 years, Honorable Speaker, the bonds which are borrowed through Treasury, sometimes, Honorable Speaker, does not end in the road. They go to other, they call it infrastructure bond, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, when they call it infrastructure bond, it goes to other priorities. Maybe health, maybe some other things, Honorable Speaker, which is not necessarily roads, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, it was the wisdom of this committee, and by extension to the House, Honorable Speaker, that we give power to Kenya Roads Board to then float for a roads bond. It is history, Honorable Speaker. This House is at the verge of making history, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I will say, for us as a committee, this will be a legacy of this tall Parliament, Honorable Speaker. Reason being that when we do this, then we'll be able to accelerate our roads, Honorable Speaker, which, of course, you know, it's going on. So that is only one thing, Honorable Speaker, that this small bill is attempting to do. And that, Honorable Speaker, members will find it in our report, and also clause 5, Honorable Speaker. Number 2, which this bill is trying to do, Honorable Speaker, is to take the development money, which we normally vote from the House, to Kenya Roads Board to pay the bond. It's very clear, Honorable Speaker, that needs to be understood very clearly. Because the question will be, where will KRB get the money to pay the bond? And it will get from the money we normally appropriate in this House, Honorable Speaker, for purposes of building roads in terms of development of the roads. How much is that, Honorable Speaker? When we look at the last budget, that is coming to about like 65 billion. So that it means, Honorable Speaker, in clause 4, when we are appropriating money to KRB, this money, Honorable Speaker, then will go directly to pay the bond. So this bond is one of the most sustainable, Honorable Speaker. And then this one being, which I will, of course, proceed in a while, but that is under clause 4. So giving the money to KRB to pay for that bond. Why, Honorable Speaker? It is because the third thing that this small bill is trying to attempt is to ring-fence the money we give KRB every year, Honorable Speaker, through fuel levy. This fuel levy, Honorable Speaker, is transmitted to our constituencies, the Constituency Roads Committee. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it was the wisdom of this committee and the public who made their presentation, Honorable Speaker, that we still ring-fence this money So that, Honorable Speaker, it's clear to the members of Parliament, to members of National Assembly, and Honorable colleagues, Honorable Speaker, that Kenya Roads Board will not spend the money that is going to repair our roads at the constituency to pay for the bond. Because, Honorable Speaker, we still need those roads. And therefore, clause 4, the amendments which are under clause 4, Honorable Speaker, therefore, clause 6, Honorable Speaker, which is actually the first part of the bill, amendments in that clause 6, clause 2, Honorable Speaker, attempting to amend section 6 of the Act, therefore ring-fences the money that goes to the constituency, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, that is very clear for honorable members and the country itself, Honorable Speaker, which means it is only the money that we vote from Parliament, which is like budget, which we normally do, which will go to pay for the bond, Honorable Speaker. And finally, Honorable Speaker, something that I would like to share, so that I go to prosecute the reasons which were given by public, Honorable Speaker, is that there might be few amendments which you have seen, Honorable Speaker, and well guided that we might prosecute. Then the committee, hearing the views, then was able to prosecute and propose amendments, Honorable Speaker, just to clarify and make the bill more clear. It's only 5 clauses, Honorable Speaker. So what is the context of this bill? Honorable Speaker, this is the context of this bill from my committee and the public. That number one, Honorable Speaker, we better say the truth or bite the bullet. At the moment, Honorable Speaker, there is a portfolio in the Ministry of Transport of 700 billion. Honorable Speaker, we might say in another language, works totaling to 700 billion, Honorable Speaker, it's been procured under the Ministry of Transport and Public Works, Honorable Speaker. Meaning, this is translating to close to about 7,000 kilometers of the 10,000 kilometers that we promised the people of Kenya in last Parliament that we were going to do as government. 700 billion, Speaker. What does that mean? It means if we were to go in the normal budget process, it will take us close to 11 years to finish only to complete the roads, Honorable Speaker. That is terrible. 10 years to complete only 7,000, Honorable Speaker, is terrible. And that's why we thank the ministry and also executive of thinking outside the box. And in fact, in this, Honorable Speaker, I would say they were thinking without the box. Because, Honorable Speaker, we cannot wait for 11 years to enjoy, for the people of Kenya to enjoy roads. And roads are touch every constituency, Honorable Speaker. Mainly, every person in this National Assembly, Honorable Speaker, will come back to Parliament or go home because of roads, Honorable Speaker, when the roads are bad. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, we are actually preparing our coming back, Honorable Speaker, by helping our people. If there is something that is responsible, Honorable Speaker, to be done, is to do roads for the people of Kenya. When you do roads on your roads in the constituency, good, people access market, people access schools and hospitals. I will assure you, Honorable Speaker, everybody will come back. And that is the work of this committee that it wants also all honorable members. If you support this bill, honorable members, we'll all come back. I will assure you. Maybe other things will make you go home, but not roads. If you can agree with that, Honorable Speaker, as a committee. Honorable Speaker, it means we will need 12 years if we go the normal way to be able to do these roads. Well, we are only 3 years left. So who knows what happens after that, Honorable Speaker? And that is why we are saying we better get this bond. We do our roads in 3 years, and we can pay now, Honorable Speaker, even for those 11 years. We can do that, Honorable Speaker. 700 billion commitment. Number two, Honorable Speaker, one of the reasons why my committee agreed with the proposals and recommendations from the ministry and the public, Honorable Speaker, is that national government, I was sitting here, Honorable Speaker, when National Treasury came to present to the Budget Committee during the supplementary budget. National Treasury, Honorable Speaker, declared that national government owes the people of Kenya in terms of what we call pending bills, 81 billion, 90 billion, Honorable Speaker. National government owes 90 billion to the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, earlier, the chairman of our budget was arguing about this matter. This bill will not have come at a better time than now, Honorable Speaker. Reason being, out of 90 billion that the national government owes the people of Kenya, 81 billion is in roads. 81 billion in roads. Again, it's a budget of 65 billion a year. What does that mean? It means, Honorable Speaker, contractors have moved out of the way. If you look at the questions, Honorable Speaker, that come before my committee, most of the time, members of Parliament, National Assembly are asking, there is a desertion in a road. The contractors demobilized. And when they have demobilized, what is the reason? They will not pay them, or government has not paid them. What does that mean, Honorable Speaker? It triggers another thing, which is interest. were informed by the ministry that the 81 billion that we owe the people of Kenya through roads is attracting close to 5 billion, Honorable Speaker, in terms of interest. We're looking at the people. We must think out of the box. And out of the box or without the box, Honorable Speaker, is perhaps this bill that will sort out these issues, Honorable Speaker. Sort out the issues of the people of Kenya to get the money. Like now, if the ministry owes 81 billion against a budget of 65 billion, actually we can have engineers in roads doing nothing but earning salary for the next 11 years. That is a tragedy, Honorable Speaker. And that is why we as a committee are pleading with this House this afternoon, Honorable Speaker, that we are at the verge of making history as Parliament, Honorable Speaker, and as National Assembly. Save our people, to save our roads, and ensure that we come back to the 13th Parliament, Honorable Speaker, God willing. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we must face the reality. Where will the government get the money to pay this 81 billion? National government is in the lead, telling counties, please pay pending bills. We just had some few minutes ago, Honorable Speaker. But the national government itself is actually leading. And that leading is in the roads. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, they are asking us as Parliament to agree with them. If we agree with them, Honorable Speaker, they can float the bond. We are asking them, they might float a bond of 150 billion, Honorable Speaker. Initially, of course, they will not get the 700 billion in one time. They will stagger it, Honorable Speaker, maybe for the next 4 years. But immediately, maybe in January, February, they can get about 200 billion, Honorable Speaker. Pay the 81 billion they owe to the people of Kenya in terms of contractors, and our roads begin to go ahead. And then they have a security of 65 billion, Honorable Speaker, to pay for the next 10 years. We have no problem. It's just simple mathematics, Honorable Speaker. If you are earning a salary of 65,000, for example, which is now 65 billion, and you want to buy a car of maybe 200,000, it is a simple logic, Honorable Speaker. Take a loan, buy a car, enjoy, and pay slowly what you owe, Honorable Speaker. And that is why this bill is attempting. But it's not a simple thing, Honorable Speaker. We will be helping ourselves and the people of Kenya. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, we are pleading with this House, Honorable members, that let us make history together. Let us help our country together. Nothing like this has happened in history. And therefore, that is why we are believing that total Parliament will make history by accelerating the construction of our Honorable Speaker so that we can enjoy. Even us who are in Parliament today, 3 years to come, we want to enjoy for those 3 years, Honorable Speaker. Whatever happens with the Kenyans in 2022, let them decide. But if you do this, Honorable Speaker, 90% of parliamentarians will come back, I assure you, Honorable Speaker. Another thing, Honorable Speaker, that motivated us as committee to go this direction. Speaker, there are floods all over the country at the moment. Roads have been destroyed. And there's no better example of floods and weather changes, Honorable Speaker. There's no better example than my own county, Honorable Speaker, as the chair of transport. There are no roads, for example, in West Pokot. We lost 52 people, Honorable Speaker. I heard today, Mwingi County in Kaiti, they lost about 10 people, Honorable Speaker, and many other places. If we give honorable members to talk about roads, Honorable Speaker, I will be very sure that they will say there is no good road in every constituency, Honorable Speaker, of the 290 constituencies. So where will we get the money to respond? We will get through this bill. Those 5 clauses will then make us, Honorable Speaker, address these issues that we are talking about quickly. We attempted, Honorable Speaker, last budget. This committee attempted to raise money from NYS, 8 billion, and divided, Honorable Speaker, 30 million per constituency so that we can be able to rehabilitate our roads. During supplementary, Honorable Speaker, that money was taken. All the 8 billion, 30 million per constituency was taken away, Honorable Speaker. These honorable members sitting in this House are still asking us, where is the money, so that they can be able to construct their roads. I will tell them, Honorable Speaker, the money, therefore, will be in these 5 clauses that we have presented to you this afternoon. Honorable Speaker, it costs a lot of reason and a mutual understanding, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me not speak about the storm projects. It's one of the reasons we went this way as a committee. Because contractors, nobody is doing it, Honorable Speaker. And as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, therefore, I would like to add the House, and as I presented, maybe one person might be asking, has there been any study to see whether this board is viable and so on? I will say, Honorable Speaker, yes. Kenya Roads Board has already done a survey and a research, Honorable Speaker. And they presented to us yesterday. And we were satisfied, Honorable Speaker. They did a research and established that going this way, Honorable Speaker, this is one of the best, fast ways of securing a bond. Because the money to pay the bond, Honorable Speaker, is sufficient and available. What does that mean, Honorable Speaker? It means that we will get the bond at the lowest interest rates than any other, because the money is available, Honorable Speaker. What is the money available? It is 65 billion, which is available to be paid every year. Everybody would like to give us money, including what Leader Majority said. World Bank, IMF, local banks, and so on, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, and without ado, these 5 clauses, Honorable Speaker, I want to plead with the House and Honorable members that let us make history and try everybody to come back, Honorable Speaker, by making roads of Kenyans very good and they bring us back. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg second.
Member for Suba North. Member for this one. I can see you want to continue chatting with the Honorable Chair Chuganya. Honorable members, I propose the question, which is the Kenya Roads Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 77 of 2019, we now read a second time. Member for Tongaren. Oh gosh, you know, your names are all there. Member for Ndiwa, is it on this? Are you are prepared so that you don't speak for 1 minute and then say you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm just amazed when the committee says there's 700 billion. That will take us 11 to 12 years if we have to go the way we are going now. And I think if the bill which is before us, Mr. Speaker, is going to cure this, I support. I support. And I want to relate this to my constituency, Mr. Speaker, where the board itself went and did the survey, which they are talking about. And up to today, because of the relationship between the Treasury and the Roads Board, nothing has been done, completely nothing. And for those roads that were sponsored by the board themselves, the contractors which were supposed to be paid have not been paid up to date, and many projects are stalled. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious thing that, as it is stipulated, I think we should go that way. For the investment in bonds and then translating them as we implement projects, I think that is a good thing to do. But, Mr. Speaker, it also needs to be explained to us in a more detailed terms how this is going to work, especially with the development partners, with the World Banks and all that. If we go this way, we need to be assured, for those who have studied this extensively, how this will work, how the money will be borrowed, and how the implementation will go without a hitch using those bonds. Another point which I want to make, Mr. Speaker, we have just heard of money being denied counties because of pending bills, and it is told us, we are told here that there is 81 billion which is pending by the they have to detain money, and at the same time they are not paying their bills. Mr. Speaker, this is worrying to me. The other reason why I'm supporting this.
The member for the should always not this change of guard. I'm not Mr. Speaker.
I'm so sorry. I was not looking up. Madam Speaker, if this bill also tends to ring-fence the funds to constituencies. I think this is where we also suffer a lot. If you look how the roads are being networked in this country, some other constituencies or part of this country do have a lot of good road networks. But if you go to my constituency, there is only one road that is passing through the entire constituency, and that one road is not passable even today. So I think if we could work out through this bill that other constituencies also have their better share in terms of tarmac roads, I think that would be very, very considerable, Madam Speaker. Lastly, I want to say that let's pass this so that we can have the bond as said and ring-fence the money to the constituencies and pay contractors. Madam Speaker, if we don't pay these contractors, what happens is that there's no circulation of money even into our rural constituencies. And that's why I have been very skeptical when we talk about GDPs high as 6% and the household income is less than 100 shillings a day. So we want to encourage all members to pass this so that when the roads boards are managing this money, I am sure they will be paying the contractors. Those, Madam Speaker, I support, and I add other colleagues to support this bill.
Very well. Thank you, the member, for your contribution. The next on my request list is a member for Mwea. Let's have the Honorable Wachira Kabinga.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support this bill, Madam Speaker, and I do so in recognition that this is one of the most innovative ways and things that I have seen since I came into this parliament, Mr. Speaker. Our development in this country will only be realized if we are innovative enough to do things not in the ordinary, but to do things applying our minds in the present terms, Madam Speaker. I therefore want to congratulate the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Transport and Infrastructure and his entire team for having come up with this kind of an innovation that for sure will take us far. Madam Speaker, I also would like to bring to the attention of the Committee of Infrastructure the utilization of the fuel levy funds, and especially money that goes to the counties. Historically, all roads were meant or were said or were being done at national level. When we devolved functions, Madam Speaker, there are some roads that were classified for the maintenance of counties, Madam Speaker. But you will find that most of these roads are in poor states. And whenever we go back home, we are blamed for not advocating for their maintenance. It is therefore important that even as we go for this innovation, that we do not forget to oversight the money that goes to the counties from the fuel levy, Madam Speaker. I am particularly happy that I will not have to wait for 10 years before I get at least one road completed in Mwea. My constituency happens to be the most populated rural constituency in Kenya. But it is sad that we do not have any tarmac road that is meant for Mwea, despite us being a 7 billion agricultural economy, Madam Speaker. Very sad, but I'm now happy. There is some hope, and all we're asking is that once this bill is passed, the Cabinet Secretary in charge of infrastructure moves with speed to get this money, Madam Speaker. I don't think 150 billion will be enough. I think we should go for something like 300 billion. And one thing that this innovation will bring, Madam Speaker, is resources to do things at a go. This money that is appropriated for infrastructure in bits attracts a lot of malpractices, Madam Speaker. When we get bulk money, and hopefully the Committee on Infrastructure brings in a report on the allocation of the money to be borrowed, then they will have an easier time in the supervision of the loads that will be earmarked to be done, Madam Speaker. It is therefore important that we do realize that if we were to remain the way we are, this country would never realize its 10,000 kilometers of road, and the 7,000 kilometers of road would never be completed probably in the next 10 years. The 7,000 kilometers are started, and I want to inform my colleague here, they are started, but they are not completed, and they are not paid. In most of the cases, the contractors have only been paid 10% to enable them to commence works, and we have cases out there. So this innovation will not only now pay more money to the contractors to complete the 7,000 kilometers, but we also have now an opportunity of bringing in the other 3,000 kilometers so that constituencies like Moya that were forgotten in the 7,000 may now be brought on board so that my farmers out there may produce much more into this country so that we can feed the nation, Madam Speaker. As I said, I'm a 7 billion economy constituency. We are a 7 billion economy constituency, but much of the money does not benefit our farmers who would have to struggle with poor infrastructure to get their produce out of their farms, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I am hoping that even as we get this money, the ministry here to identify some of the potential areas that has the potential to add more into the economy, Madam Speaker, and my constituency happens to be one. As I conclude, I think this is an innovation, Madam Speaker, to be borrowed even by some other boards. I have in mind the board that manages our irrigation scheme in Moya, Madam Speaker. Every year we collect money from farmers to maintain loads, but because that money in the tune of about 80 million is not enough to do the entire infrastructure, probably the National Irrigation Board can now borrow from this innovation, use the 80 million per year to borrow more money to do the entire infrastructure so that we don't have to wait for another 10 years before our farmers can start enjoying a better infrastructure to remove their produce from their farms, Madam Speaker. It is good for this House to note, as noted by the Chair, that with the 700 billion required to clear the started roads, Madam Speaker, and with the 65 billion appropriation, Madam Speaker, we will never, ever get there. And I'm happy that the Chair was able to articulate clearly that this money will move us to a level that is 10 years from where we are. What we are now asking, Madam Speaker, and this is to the Chair, is the Chair to be very keen on the utilization of this money. We shall have a bond that we will be paying in, say, 5 years. If this bond, if the money or the funds are not properly utilized, then the next 5 years will be very hard for us, because if we misuse that fund, we will not have infrastructure in the next 5 years. It is therefore important that the board not only present the research that they have done, but also clearly come up with a report that clearly indicates that if we borrow or if we have a bond that is 300 billion today, what are the roads that are expected to be done, so that these members of the House here can also see where they fit into the bond, so that this money does not come and then 5 years down the road we are asking ourselves what happened to the money that was borrowed. It is important that immediately we pass this bill, that the ministry prepares a comprehensive report to come to this House for us to see very clearly the roads that this fund will go into, Madam Speaker. And I think that will help us a lot. Again, as I conclude, I hope other boards will start being innovative. I hope that even our government will also find it necessary to accommodate some of these innovative ideas so that as much as possible, development funds and appropriation in AIDS funds can be used to get boards and other loans that can enable us to realize development that we desire much faster than we are doing currently. I congratulate the committee once again for work well done, the ministry work done, and now hope that you can be keen enough from now on to ensure that you provide the necessary oversight so that this money is not misused. And I know that the ministry has been quite good lately. We can see a lot of development out there. You only need now to support them, and if you do so, I'm sure in my constituency, the road that was started recently will be completed, and the road that I'm waiting on the other side of the sub-county, which is eagerly being waited for, will also be completed with the funds that you get. I'll be keen to ensure that I'm among the first in that list. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me that chance.
Very well. Honorable members, for those who are coming in and those who want to be put in where we are on the Kenya Roads Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 77 of 2019. I must say that we have 24 requests from members who want to speak to this, though some have expressed interest to speak maybe to the next. But of course, the Speaker ruled out on order number 14. We will not be able to deal with order number 14 after this, so it's important for you, as you request, to know where we are. Let me have the member for Igembe Central. Are you on intervention, or you want to speak to this?
I want to speak to this, Madam Speaker.
But also you were on intervention. So let me have your reason for intervention first.
I was just trying to to catch your eye.
No, you cannot catch the Speaker's eye from. You are out of order.
I beg your pardon, Madam Speaker, but that I'm on my feet.
Order. Your reasons for interventions are not acceptable to the Speaker. You cannot catch, however, you've already removed your card for intervention. Despite that, you were the first on the request, so you carry on to speak on the request.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And sorry for that mix-up, because I was really waiting to talk to this. Madam Speaker, I stand to support the amendment bill on the roads board, and thank the committee and the Minister of Infrastructure for coming up with this noble idea, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, infrastructure is one of the areas in this country where we have done very little. Very few constituencies or very few areas have got permanent roads, and those those roads which have not been tarmacked, Madam Speaker. When it rains, we just start from square one. And at the end of the day, we keep on market timing in one particular place, in one particular road, season after season, season after season. And this is the high time now. The ministry puts its foot forward, gets money, and more so, try and make all the roads, all weather roads in our country, and if at least the low seal volume, which the ministry talks of, so that at least we can go for a season or two, or a year or two, without going back to that road again. Madam Speaker, at this point in time, after these heavy rains, we are going to start again, all over again. And the minister is always crying there's no money from the checker, the fuel level is not enough, and therefore it is important that we look for other sources of funds, Mr. Speaker. Not even the government is straining. Even the people themselves are straining, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, those contractors who have been making these roads, already their bills have not been paid. They are pending bills as we talk, and there's no money to pay them. And the same people they owe the laborers, they owe the suppliers, they owe everybody who was in the chain of making that particular road, Madam Speaker. So once this money, we get this money, it will trickle down up to the local mwananchi, who even assisted in mixing up the ballast or carrying an item from point A to B. And in essence, we shall bring our economy back again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we also went overboard during the last elections, Madam Speaker. The leadership of this country, personally, they went across the country promising infrastructure, roads, and other facilities, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, when we went back to the basket in the treasury, there was no money. And when they discovered there was no money, everything was frozen, including any new project. And unless now the government goes out of its way through this bill to look for extra money to be paid within a period of time with a small interest, Madam Speaker, we shall now be the punch bags of our community, because whatever was promised by the leadership of the country should be fulfilled. But because there's no money to fulfill it, and the MP is the one who is on the ground, we are the ones now who are becoming the punch bags to be asked, why is this not done? This move is noble. Let this money come. Let the roads be made. Let us use the roads as we look for the funds to repay the same. And that is what we have been waiting for. Every other day we have been going to see CS Macharia over these roads, and he only keeps these roads on his books. They're in the files, they're in the system, but no contractor can be on the road. In my constituency, as we talk, Madam Speaker, we have a road which was started in 2014. To date, they have a 24-kilometer road. They have done only 4 kilometers, and those 4 kilometers now are washed away during these rains. And some money has already been spent there, and there's no checker for the same. And the citizens have been waiting for this road to be done. Therefore, Madam Speaker, let us expedite this bill. Let it be passed. I urge my colleagues, we pass it. Everybody has got a debt here. We owe loans individually. Our companies owe get loans from banks and from other people. Even to buy our own vehicles, we get loans. As the chair said, you enjoy the services of the vehicle, but you pay slowly. Equally, the government let it go out of its way. Let them pay the pending bills so that this activities can take off. Let them start the new projects or the promised projects, so that when we come now to the end of our term, we'll have something to tell our people, to tell them we said we will do this and this and this. But then let us also borrow carefully. Let us borrow with a lot of caution, and we borrow and make sure whatever is borrowed is spent correctly. Because again, Madam Speaker, corruption is also eating into our money. We borrow money so that it can be lent to people, and whoever is lent that money, 70% goes to their pocket, 30% goes to do the work, and they're sure the job is done. So we end up paying money which was already spent by somebody else. So corruption also should be checked seriously here, and proper audit is done, and ESCC should be coming in any time when we have some of these small things happening. Madam Speaker, we have instances where contractors are given work, and once the contractor has been given work and the work has started, the same people who are working for that contractor, they go selling the same cement which is supposed to be doing the roads, and they sell to the people who are having the road done for them. And at the end of the day, a sure the work is done. So we should also be very careful, especially the engineers in Ikura, Kera, and Kena. They should be up to the task. They should be people of integrity, not the people who are easily twisted with a few hundreds, a few coins or a few shillings, and at the end of the day, they compromise with the contractor, and very little work is done. I say this, Madam Speaker, because I'm ever at war with my Kera and Kura people, because you find that they compromise with the contractor does a shorter job, he or she is paid, and then we just wait for 3 months and start looking for money for that one. Let the roads board get the powers to buy the bonds, but more so, it has to be very carefully tailored so that this money can be spent prudently. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. The member for Ugunja, you want to speak to this? The Honorable Wandai Opi, or is the next one?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just make some few comments on this bill. From the outset, I support it, and I'm supporting it in principle. Firstly, I must commend the committee under the able chairmanship of my good friend, Honorable Kosing, a neighbor. You know, Madam Speaker, you know, you and I sat with Honorable Kosing in the last parliament. Yeah, and you know, in last parliament, both him and I were Raya. But, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, things have since changed.
Order.
Yes, things have since changed.
You order, Honorable.
And,
you are here.
And you see, when the Honorable Singh was being made the chair of this,
Honorable, my chairperson. What do you mean by that? You are here. You are honorable members.
we are not chairing any committees.
Oh,
that's what I meant.
Now we get it.
Madam Speaker, when he was made the chair of this very important committee in this house, in this parliament, I was actually expectant, yes, of the good performance that we have come to see. He has not let us down. Madam Speaker, that aside, we have to underscore the fact that infrastructure is the lifeline of any economy. In fact, we say time and again that the role of government is not to meddle in business, but to create an enabling environment for business to thrive. Madam Speaker, apart from ensuring security, one other thing that the government does towards the creation of an enabling environment is development of infrastructure. And road is a key component of infrastructure. Madam Speaker, I must commend the government for the work it has done at least last couple of years. At least in this term of the Jubilee administration, some work has been done on roads. The last term, I don't remember anything tangible happening, for sure. And I think it's because of the handshake, perhaps, yeah. Last time, remember, Madam Speaker, there was the ambitious annuity program, which was supposed to deliver 10,000 kilometers of tarmac road, okay? Within a span of how many years? 5 years. I can tell you, at the end of the 5 years, we have not done even 1,000. But this time round, a lot of progress has been evident. In my own constituency, Madam Speaker, since independence, we are now able to talk about 2 roads completed. The famous Sidindi, Butere, Segalagala, and the famous Ugunja, Musanda, and Butere, okay? But Madam Speaker, as we support this bill, we must ensure that we get our priorities right, and more so on matters financing of these road projects. We must be able to align our priorities with the needs of the people. There is no point starting multiple road projects and yet all of them or most of them stall. We'd rather prioritize a few roads, start them and complete them before we move to the other ones. That way, we shall have been able to create value for money for the taxpayers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we speak, a number of roads are stuck, have stagnated, literally. This morning, I was trying to get in touch with the Director General of Kenya. I wasn't able to get him. I don't know how busy he was. I'm hoping he will call me back. Madam Speaker, the reason why I was looking for him is that there's a road which was launched by none other than His Excellency the President in my constituency. It's a road which cuts through Ugunja and Alego Songa constituencies. The famous Ugunja, Ukwala, Ruambwa Road. Madam Speaker, that road has been mismanaged. And the President promised to come back and commission it. I'm wondering what will come back to commission. Mr. Chair of the committee, Mr. Honorable Ferry, kindly take note that the work that has been done on that road by the contractor, I think it's called somebody, Kovek, has been shortly done. And the contractor is so arrogant that he doesn't listen to anybody, including the stakeholders who are the villagers, who are the owners of the road, actually. You see? And the consulting engineers have slept on the job, literally. And I must also blame the implementing agency, which is Kenya in this case. You know, it's not my nature normally to deal with these people when they're doing their project, because I believe they know their work. But when you see me intervening, something has gone astray. Madam Speaker, I don't want to have an engagement with these people later on in Park, where I sit, where I chair, that overshow the jobs done in my constituency, because it will create a conflict of interest. But I want the agencies charged with the responsibility of doing these projects to take their work seriously. because they are using monies which taxpayers are coughing from their pockets, or even if it is borrowed, taxpayers will pay ultimately. They have got no excuse to sit on their laurels and hope that things will just remain as it is. Madam Speaker, the country can no longer afford laxity on the part of officers charged with the responsibilities of managing public funds. And therefore, this bill is very progressive, it's very timely. We needed to support the Kenya Roads Board, we needed to give it the strength, we need to support the agencies, Kura, Kenha, Kera, and what have you. But as we support them and strengthen them, let them also demonstrate to us that they are doing the work which they have been charged to do, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this country would go a long way if it could just concentrate on infrastructure. Infrastructure, that is roads, water, and energy. If we could just prioritize infrastructure, roads, water, energy. Madam Speaker, Kenyans are very industrious people. They would use the opportunity, they would take advantage of the infrastructure to engage in their private businesses and therefore create wealth for themselves and for the future generation. So as this House approves this bill, we want to put the officers in charge of these agencies and these authorities on notice that they are resources to serve Kenyans and not to serve themselves. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Very well, the member for Gunja. And now we understand why you were saying last parliament your ordinary members, not Raya. Person Public Accounts Committee, the committee that has done very well. Let me have the member for, but before I call the member for Mathira, you are aware, members, this was just a 5-clause bill, and most members have come to me to indicate they want to speak to the next motion. I may not be aware or to not be in a position to say who wants to speak to the next. But before then, can I give the member for Mathira, the member for Mathira, Honorable Gashagwa Rigathi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this bill because this bill is very timely. Madam Speaker, there has been a very big outcry by our contractors who are owed over 8 billion, and many of them, their properties have been auctioned. Madam Speaker, many of them, their companies have shut down. If you have checked the daily newspapers for the last 1 year, every morning we have over 10 pages of auctions. People are being auctioned, and most of these people are road contractors who have rendered services to the government. This has broken families. It has made people who have been very hardworking and very enterprising to become helpless and destitute in their own country. Madam Speaker, if you remember recently, a leading newspaper held a party for auctioneers. The party was to thank the auctioneers for a good job done by selling people's property. So if this bond sees the light of the day by getting the legislative framework from this House, all these contractors will be paid what they are owed by the government, and there will be money circulation in the economy. Madam Speaker, you are aware Kenyans are crying that there is no money in this country. And this is because most of people who have rendered services to government have not been paid. Through this bond, 8 billion will be paid to contractors, and this money will circulate in the economy. It will spur economic growth. Madam Speaker, we have so many roads that have been awarded. The construction has started. Along the way, the contractors have abandoned site because they have not been paid. And with the enactment of this bill, by getting this roads bond, all these roads will get on course and they will be completed within the contract period. Madam Speaker, we run the risk of roads that have been awarded, some for 2 years and some for 3 years, going between 8 to 10 years. And this is a situation that is not acceptable.
as such, once this has been done, I think it will be very good for this country because the road network will spur economic growth. It will make farmers get their produce to the market. It will enable Kenyans to be able to go about their businesses in a very good manner. And therefore, this bond could not have come at a better time. As I talk for the country, I must talk for my constituency. I have several roads that are ongoing. And Madam Speaker, if we don't establish this bond for roads, we run the risk of those roads that have been contracted for 3 years going to 8 or 10 years. I cry for my people from Konyo Ward who have never seen tarmac since independence, and now that a contractor is on site, if this bond sees the light of the day, the road will be completed within 3 years, and those people who have not seen a tarmac road since independence, in fact not since independence, since the beginning of this world, they will be able to see a tarmac road. And therefore, and it's not just in my constituency, it's across. I have in mind the dual carriage from Keno to Maroa that will open up that area of the central Kenya region. We have a traffic jam in Karatina every Sunday. People cannot get back to Nairobi. And if this money is made available, that area of this country will be opened up and Kenyans can be able to get back to Nairobi in good time to be able to carry out their activities. In a nutshell, Madam Speaker, we want to thank the Cabinet Secretary for Infrastructure, who is working very hard, but he has been inhibited by lack of funds. He has very, very able engineers. He has people working under him who are raring to go, but there has been that hard cap of lack of resources because what comes from the exchequer is hardly enough. We therefore need to say that this initiative by the Cabinet Secretary and the Ministry is very well thought out, because we can't just keep on crying about problems. We need to look for solutions. And we want to say the Cabinet Secretary has come up with a good solution, and we need to support that one. With those very many remarks, Madam Speaker, I wish to support. Thank you.
Very well. Let me have the member Chachuganya, the member for North Horr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this bill. Madam Speaker, the amendment to this road bill is something that we should support as a House. Madam Speaker, transformation for any country really takes off when we invest in road infrastructure. Madam Speaker, in my lifetime, being a member for North Horr from Marsabit County for the last 3 terms, I have seen serious transformation when the roads from Moya and Isiolo was constructed all the way to Moyale, of almost 600 kilometers. Our life have changed dramatically in terms of food security. Madam Speaker, we are able to get foods and greens from Meru in very few hours. The distance we used to travel from Moyale to Nairobi have been transformed. Madam Speaker, now instead of spending 8 hours in the past, 3 days on lorries, now we spend less than 8 hours from Moyale to Nairobi on buses. Madam Speaker, I can speak on from health to security, to food security, to education, how our life has been transformed. In the same token, Madam Speaker, I strongly believe these funds, once they are availed for road transformation in this country, once these funds are ring-fenced and they are marked purposely for road construction in our country, Madam Speaker, we will see serious transformation in Kenya. And it's for this reason, Madam Speaker, I strongly support this bill. I really hope once we pass this bill, the ministry will be able to source for funds from development partners, from financial lenders, and ensure that we have enough money to construct 10,000 kilometer stretch of roads that we have been promised by this government. But, Madam Speaker, it's possible. There are many investors who are willing to invest in the road sector. We know the World Bank and Exim Bank and many others, ADB, among others, are interested. This will be a very enabling legislation once it's passed and enacted, that will enable this country to source for funds globally for the road sector. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I strongly support this bill.
You strongly support the bill. Order, members, order. Can we have consultations by members being done in low tones? We have to listen to the contribution of the members. the member for Kwanza. Honorable Nyanyi Kevin, next.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the ministry and the committee for having come up with this innovative idea of looking for alternative source of funding for the roads. Madam Speaker, we don't have to go out there. The roads are in bad state. Because of the climatic changes, Madam Speaker, all roads are now in a very bad state. And I think we do not have to go out to sea. We have, recently I was driving from Nakuru to Nairobi, Madam Speaker, and it took me a very long time because the roads are in bad state because of the rains. Back home in the constituencies, each one of us has one problem or the other. In fact, the members of the public are now asking members here, every time you go around, you are told now the roads are bad, as if they are not seeing the rains raining. Now it's not even raining, it's pouring. And of course, in my own area, for example, the heavy trucks have spoiled the roads. And therefore, even if we rely on the treasury to fund the roads, Madam Speaker, it was going to be very difficult, given that today, the economy of this country is doing very badly. It's a common knowledge. And therefore, I think the committee and the treasury and the Department of Roads, I think did something good to go and think outside the box. I'm told that I want to support the fact that we can now get bonds from the World Bank. And I think that's what the purpose of this amendment, which again, as mentioned, at a very low rate. The interest rate is very low, it's avoidable, and therefore I want us to pass this. I'm not a member of the committee, but as a Kenyan, responsible Kenyan, and I want us to pass this so that this roads board can be able to borrow these bonds, and pay for a long time at that low interest rates to be able to fix the infrastructure. The other thing is that I think we're being careless as Kenyans. Those of you who stay those sides of Westlands, there's a road that I've seen, and I think is a waste of the resources, with a lot of infrastructure that do not make sense to anybody. I'm saying this, and I want to be quoted anywhere. The road between Wangigi and Naivasha Road, it's been constructed, and Madam Speaker, you go that road, you may not have had a chance. But you see a lot of useless infrastructure. The flyovers here and there, after about 2 kilometers of flyover, it doesn't make sense to me. Again, you get to this Naivasha Road from Westlands all the way to Limuru. The road had been completed. To my dismay, yesterday and the other day, I was driving from Nakuru. Madam Speaker, I took more than 1 hour. And I realized there's just some useless infrastructure. Therefore, the roads board, and I think they are responsible, much as they're borrowing the money, we're giving them a hand to borrow the money, but they should also use the money properly because we are going to pay for it. And the other thing that I want us to ask is the levy, the roads levy, which of course is paid through the fuel. I wanted to find out from Chair, and I hope the Chair is listening, how much do we get that goes to the road? Because there's a lot of wastage. Members are complaining that some of the roads have not been completed because the money that is supposed to be there has somehow been taken to, in fact, contractors are now complaining. Apart from, of course, the Chinese, which I think have got a special heart for them, the Chinese have done very well. Madam Speaker, you give them a road. There was a road from Kakamega to Ebuye I passed through. They had been given to a local contractor. But the Chinese, the guy failed to complete the road, was given the Chinese. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Chinese for doing a better job than our own people. Because our own people look at nothing other than money to lie in their pockets. And therefore, Madam Speaker, we all want to support this initiative, which is thinking outside the box. we showed up you very well that our local, Madam Speaker, is this a marketplace? Or
Order,
no, we can't.
Order. The member wants to be heard. Order.
Madam Speaker, this is not a marketplace.
There's this member. I used to call him, that was his name last parliament. I'll do it when I want. Order. He did it today, announced that he's a father. He joins the, yes, order. Fathers, but here we have honorable members. They behave differently, and especially in the House. However, we congratulate you. Congratulations for being a father. But we need to observe some decorum in the House. Yes, honorable member, carry on.
Madam Speaker, I don't want to take too much of my time. But the members, if you want to consult, please, there's a very big, nice room out here for them to go to consultation.
Order, member. Don't do the work of the Speaker. You see, your time is even over. You know, you don't do the work of the Speaker.
Thank you,
1
Madam.
minute.
And therefore, I want to take this opportunity to thank the committee, and I think the infrastructure in this country, including the airstrips in this country, Madam Speaker, are also affected. And I hope that from the roads, Madam Speaker, the committee should look at the airstrips. Because sometimes, because of wanting to get somewhere very fast, and we have all the responsibility of getting here and there, some airstrips are in a very bad state. And I hope that you'll be able to also to think about it, be able to think about the source of income, or rather to get the money, to be able to fix
Very well. Thank you. You support. Order, members. Order. The member for Embu. Order, members. The members who abstain, can you resume your seat? Including the chief, I don't know whether you're weeping or some is weeping. You know, our whip is supposed to be allowed to weep, but observing some decorum. Members, as I said, this bill, that is the Kenya Roads Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 77 of 2019, it was a 5-clause. Following our own standing orders, let us be relevant. Let us not just speak for the sake of speaking, so that we can do justice to the proposed amendments on the bill. And as I said, other members had expressed interest to speak to, I don't know, the next order. It may not be easy to separate them, but I'll be able to tell from where you are. Although I see an intervention by the member for West Mungirango. What is your point of intervention, the Honorable Mongaka Kemosi?
Madam Speaker, I wish to request that, given the mood of the House, the mover to reply.
Honorable, you know, where the Speaker is, I may not be able to read the mood, but the mood cannot be expressed by the members taking a vote. The honorable member is rightfully understanding number 95, that the mover be called upon to reply. I will just put the question to the members, and you'll take the vote, and you make the ruling from that. So for the mover to be called, order, members, order. I am going to rule some members out of order here. Order. The member 001, you can express yourself in a different way, either by negating or saying a yes to the motion, please, to the question. I don't know how lobbying is done. Some are lobbying loudly, but I'll rule you out of order. Please do your work. You either negate it. So, from where I am, for the mover to reply, pass on to standing order number 95. Will as many as of these opinions say aye? Aye. And as many as of contrary opinions say nay? No. Or members, the ayes have it. The mover to reply.
Down. I thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I beg to reply, Honorable Speaker. And in doing so, I want to thank honorable members. I want to thank honorable members for agreeing with this committee, Honorable Speaker. And Madam Speaker, what touches every constituency is a road. We can talk about other things. We can talk about other things, Honorable Speaker, and debate. But we can never debate on a road. You can't debate on a road. Every constituency needs a road. That is what I'm saying, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I thank honorable members for agreeing with this committee that we go out of our way and get a bill number 2. And finally, I want to assure you, honorable members, that I've taken the notes of the contributions, which then it will build now into the report going forward. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
You beg to reply. I can see some members, including Honorable Sangong, 001, really wanted to contribute to this. But I'm sure you can always try to express yourself, even in the next the next motion, because it really touches through writing. Very well. Thank you. Members, I was confirming whether the House is properly constituted for us to be able to move to the next part of the bill. And I want to confirm that we are properly constituted for me to be able to put the question. And now move to put the question, which the Kenya Roads Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 77 of 2019, be now read a second time. As many as of the opinion say aye. Aye. And as many as of contrary opinion say nay. Or members, the ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 14, Committee of the Whole House.
Very well, order members, on order number 14, the substantive speaker did rule that due to the amendments, proposed amendments that were being brought for the Committee of the Whole, we will not be able to do the order number 14. So order number 14 is deferred. Next order.
Order number 15, motion, report on examination of the financial statements for the national government for the financial year 2016-2017.
Very well, honorable members, this is a resumption of debate that was interrupted on the Tuesday, that is yesterday, the 3rd December 2019. So we are resuming debate on the report on examination of the financial statements for the national government for the financial year 2016-2017, as moved by the Chairperson Public Accounts Committee. Our members, we had 4 members who contribute to the same. That is the mover, Honorable Wandai. That is Honorable Jesse Kambalu, seconded. Then we had the first members, Safula Moitalel Hole Kenta, who had 9 minutes. Moitalel Kenta, you have priority in speaking, contributing. Please, you have your 9 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd like, from the onset, to reiterate my support for the report. And I would like to say that, having gone through the report, I find it incisive, thorough, and factual. Honorable Speaker, the committee actually raised some red flags. And those red flags have been there for quite some time. One of them is the issue of pending bills. And that is something that has been recurring in every debate that has come before this House for the last 1 year or so. Honorable Speaker, it is well known, and it's a fact, that many small and medium-sized enterprises are collapsing in Kenya because of the non-payment of bills for services rendered. Honorable Speaker, this cuts across not just the government departments, but even counties, where people have actually used their life savings to carry out some works for the benefit of the Kenyan people. But at the end of it all, they end up losing, they end up becoming destitute, and the fabric of society has been destroyed by this kind of behavior of those who get services that did not want or are not willing to pay for. Honorable Speaker, there is also the issue of incomplete projects. Honorable Speaker, when a government, be it the national government or local government, actually starts or commences projects, those projects are meant to benefit the people of Kenya. And when we become a country that actually begins projects but does not finish, then that's when we start becoming a failed state. And the worst part, Honorable Speaker, is that we all know that these projects are started because of benefits that these people who control those projects gain or get, such that when a certain percentage is paid, there are those hawks or those vultures who are at standby to grab what has been paid, and they don't care about the completion of those projects. So what does it do? Such activities actually encourage starting of new projects every day for purposes of gaining those benefits of corruption. And I believe the President has been trying to do as much as possible, and I believe every Kenyan of goodwill must stand firm and support the President of this country in fighting this scourge of corruption. Honorable Speaker, there is also the issue of unbudgeted for expenditure. Honorable Speaker, we thought that the era of roadsides resolutions by executive came to an end. But we find that our politics and our politicians never give up this bad practice. You'll find that somebody goes to a constituency, for example, he gives a road when it's not budgeted for. And what happens at the end of the day? Then what happens is that because of his orders, other projects are bypassed which were budgeted for, and fake projects are actually started. So what happens? Parliament allocates the money, Parliament does things for the good of the people of this country, but then the executive decides to use it through or to use it in other unbudgeted for endeavors. And I believe that Parliament should ensure that any money that is used without the budget approval of this Parliament should actually be stopped, and there should be non-payment. And I would like to congratulate Parliament because in the past, they have actually stopped such kind of payments. And that should be the practice, because you cannot have the authority to allocate money for the people of Kenya, you are the representative for the people of Kenya, and somebody else who does not have that mandate decides to disrupt it. Honorable Speaker, the other thing that was very clear was the outstanding interest. Honorable Speaker, I thought that we employ people to serve the country and to serve the people of this country. But unfortunately, this country has become a country where you serve your stomach. It's become a country whereby those on top who are supposed to ensure that interest is returned do not do so, because they are also culprits. They are also actually abuse that service. And I believe, as the committee has actually resolved, that anybody who fails to return interest from now on should answer for that misdemeanor. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that was highlighted by the committee, which is very good, is the matter of the outstanding debt. Honorable Speaker, we are reaching a very dangerous level of indebtedness. And if we continue like this, I don't know when we'll ever develop. And that is why we will find that most of the money that this country earns through taxes and others is actually used to service debts. So when will we then have the development that we have promised our people that we'll have? It's very imperative that we really look into this issue of indebtedness. The other day, we actually raised a ceiling to 9 billion. The issue is, are we ever even able to service what we have? Because you cannot dig a hole, you cannot actually get more debt to pay debts, because it will be a vicious circle. You'll never come out of that hole. And I believe it's something that must be looked at. Let the professionals handle that matter, and let the politicians get out of that indebtedness. Because you see, if I'm today the president of this country, or holding a high office. I'll not be there forever. So if I create an unmeasurable debt portfolio, when my predecessor comes, what will happen? So everybody will borrow and leave the burden to the other ad infinitum, such that there will be no time that this country's budget will balance. Honorable Speaker, there are many issues that were raised, and they have been addressed. And all I can say as the chairman of the implementation committee is that we shall strive to ensure that such reports are actually implemented. The only thing I'll ask to ask the members is that of late there has been unnecessary interference with the implementation of resources of the House, and I think we must stand to protect Parliament. We should not let outsiders be the one to decide what Parliament does. In any case, if we are the ones who are actually going to defeat our own resolutions, then what are we saying? We are saying that we have given up on our mandate, and this goes into the heart of the authority of Parliament, and it's going to destroy this Parliament. And I believe what this committee has resolved must be implemented to the letter. Because if we don't do so, then Parliament ceases to exercise the authority that is given to it by the Constitution. So, Honorable Speaker, for that I can let my colleagues also support this report. I'd like to say it's a very good report. It is actually something that we must applaud the committee for. Because at the end of the day, when we came to Parliament, the last Parliament, the reports were actually back 10 years. 15 years. So I commend the committee, I commend the chairmanship, and I commend this Parliament for doing such a thorough and wonderful job. And I beg to support Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
We shall have Honorable Odhiambo Accord. Honorable Odhiambo Accord, or must I say Miri?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me thank the PSC committee for an excellent job. Mr. Speaker had actually indicated my card, I'd put my card earlier, but I was just about to leave. But now that you've given me the opportunity, let me just say one or two things about it. First of all, I want to agree with the committee on their findings, Mr. Speaker, and especially on the issue of scholarships that they raised yesterday, that we have very, very many young and needy students that do not get opportunities because people misuse public funds. And I want to agree with the committee that the recommendations that they gave about ensuring that the funds are utilized well and that there is Parliament has a say in oversighting and ensuring proper expenditure, especially for the sake of the poor and the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, there were also other issues that had actually indicated earlier, but because kind of ambush, I may not put them all in my thought, but I want to just also say that one of the things that I've observed, that I don't know how the committee, the Public Accounts Committee will help us with, speaking especially in relation to the CDF funds, that, Mr. Speaker, we must find a way of ensuring that our accounting officers are held personally liable where there is misuse of public funds, Mr. Speaker. And I realized yesterday that the chairman of the committee was saying that sometimes they get information, the committee gets information that should actually have gone to the auditor. And the reason why that happens is that you find that some of the officers, because they know they're not going to be held accountable, even in cases which are very clear and direct, they do not avail documentation. They just think it's a joke. But then some of the accounting officers have also found that as an avenue for corruption and misuse of public funds. Mr. Speaker, it becomes very difficult, especially when you are talking about CDF funds, that you find that then the person that is being asked to take political responsibility is members of Parliament. I know that there are instances when issues have come even before this House that touch on our own constituencies, when the only thing that is required is documentation. There is no problem, but somebody is careless enough because they are not being held to account. Otherwise, I want to thank the committee for the good work they've done. I think right now if they give the next report, we may be talking about very, very current accounts, and that has actually a direct impact on devolution. I know that BBI is talking or is hoping that we could move the funds to at least 35%. But before we reach that 35% that is envisaged by the CDF, we know the last audited accounts have an impact on what goes to our counties. And therefore, it therefore makes sense, even for purposes of planning for the national government, that you have accounts that relate or approximate to actually the economic realities. Because if you are talking about audited accounts which are 10 or so many years old, they actually don't show our realities now. And we know the challenges that we are facing globally and even nationally. And therefore, if you are talking about audited accounts, which are so proximate to that financial year, then it actually makes more financial or economic sense. I thank the chair and encourage you that pull up your socks, and when I say pull up your socks, it doesn't mean you are not doing badly, but you are doing very well, except as I said yesterday that the committees chaired by women still are doing much better. But my good friend and brother, Honorable Wandai, is also doing very well. I can see they want to challenge me. You are doing well, but the ones led by women are still doing better. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Honorable Wandai seems to be super excited by those compliments. But let's hear from Honorable Simiu Eseri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. In fact, I pressed my button some time back and I ran into another motion. And the Speaker then gave me a chance, and I told him I didn't want to contribute to the roads bill. It's this one that I wanted to contribute to. Mr. Speaker, it really amuses me when we debate the report of the Public Accounts Committee, of which I am a member. That is the ultimate of oversight for this Parliament. But it usually amuses and embarrasses me that at the time when we are debating the report, usually the House is very thin. Yet this is the ultimate, because one of our functions in this House is oversight. And this is the ultimate oversight of the government. So I think we might have to come up with a way to encourage members to actually participate in this and read these reports, because they are very key to our function in this House. Mr. Speaker, if you just read at the general comments, you'll find something very interesting, that one of the causes of the difficulties we have is that the slow absorption. Like in this case, that particular financial year, there was an under expenditure of 204,391 million and so on and so forth. That was an under expenditure. And the reasons given were because the IFMIS challenges, and the other reason was inadequate revenue collection. So in other words, it means we are drawing up budgets which we are unable to keep up with. So that like this House passes a budget, but apparently we are unable to get the revenue for it. So in other words, we are actually, it confirms what we've been told by the acting CS Finance, that our projections of revenue collection as taxes is way out of this world, so we cannot meet our targets. And that kind of wishful budgeting is not good for us, because then we end up with an under expenditure, apparent under expenditure, yet we didn't actually collect that revenue, so we could not spend it. And then you look at it and see that at the moment, KRA is on the warpath of collecting taxes. And I dare say, if any member of this House has not been called by KRA, then he's a very lucky fellow. But they are on the warpath of collecting these taxes until they have gone even into the villages. Even the CDF that we do project management committees, they are now on the case of those two small contractors in the villages to also pay their taxes. And yet, nobody is telling us how efficient they are becoming on collecting non-tax revenues. Because they are non-tax revenues. And we're having a problem collecting those non-tax revenues because of inefficiencies within the government. Those inefficiencies mean that we are not collecting the amount that we should collect as non-tax revenue. Instead, we are very busy chasing the tax revenues. Mr. Speaker, if you look again at the general comments, you'll find that the debt increased by 137% in the last 5 years. An increase of debt of 137% is no joke. And in fact, I deliberately refused to contribute in the last motion, the last bill of the roads, whatever, because we are again increasing debt. We've actually started roads, which we are unable to complete. So we must borrow to complete them. So at this rate, after we finish those roads, any other government coming in, will they be able to build any other roads? Because whatever money Kenya Roads Board will collect, will be going to pay those debts. So these extreme debts that we are getting ourselves into, they are not good for the country. The other amazing thing, there are certain departments that the auditor gave a disclaimer opinion. Disclaimer means it was just total mismanagement of resources. They didn't provide any supporting documents, they didn't provide anything. And that the amount of money involved in that situation was close to 35 billion shillings. 35 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker, is not chicken feed. It's a hell of a lot of money. And some of the departments involved in this were the Ministry of Lands and the Settlement Fund trustees. Those were the ones that were given a disclaimer opinion, meaning they were totally for their funds. And another problem we came up with, although now we are becoming a bit more current with our Public Accounts Committee reporting, was that there's been frequent change of accounting officers. This frequent change of accounting officers led to a lot of confusion, so that you will find an accounting officer taking very long with us because they have to go back and dig up very many things because accounting officers have been changed so frequently. Until at one time I commented to one of them and said, is this frequent change deliberate so that we are unable to trace the flow of money by frequently changing accounting officers? But I hope that's not the intention of that frequent change of accounting officers. Then, Mr. Speaker, another interesting reason for this poor performance of the budget was the numerous supplementary budgets. And it was very interesting that even today we were dealing with a supplementary budget. The supplementary budgets are playing havoc on how budget is implemented in this country. In the sense that when we've budgeted on some project and it has been started, then a supplementary budget comes in, removes money from there, puts it elsewhere. That other project stalls. So we end up with stalled projects. And this frequent budget, frequent supplementary budget is not right, it's not good for our financial well-being. We should actually encourage the executive to cease and desist from frequent supplementary budgets. In any case, we as Parliament have actually disobeyed the law by agreeing to participate in those supplementary budgets, because the law is very clear. You cannot introduce new projects in the middle of the financial year. That's Article 223 of the Constitution. You cannot introduce new projects. Yet that's what these supplementary budgets are doing. They're introducing new projects. And even Section 44 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, Regulation 43 of the Public Finance Management Regulations, it says you do not introduce new projects in a supplementary budget. And actually this is playing havoc. And Mr. Speaker, I dare say that as we all know, we've had a serious economic downturn. But I believe, despite what Public Accounts Committee keeps on recommending year in, year out, not enough action is being taken. If action was taken against these people who are not handling public finances properly, in the manner that's expected of them, then we'll continue having a problem with the economy of this country, because we are not taking care of where we should. The Briton says, take care of the pennies and the pounds will take care of themselves. But here we have a situation where, as you heard, interests not accounted for in billions, in hundreds of millions. We cannot go that way and succeed in anything. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I like what the chair of the implementation committee said, that he's going to take up matters that this report has raised. Because, Mr. Speaker, it was, sometimes it was very interesting, whereby it's a clear, obvious travesty of even the Procurement Act, but somebody tries to justify it. And you eventually realize that some of these procurements are actually, they're right from the word go. The project is vendor-driven. The project is totally unnecessary, but because the vendor has convinced the department to procure, then they procure to suit what that vendor wants. And those kinds of behavior is what has messed up this country for a very long time.
What is the intervention for, Honorable Tongi? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it in order for a member to mislead the House that all supplementary budgets are coming because we have not planned well as a country? Because we know supplementary budgets, Mr. Honorable Speaker, sometimes they come to cure the existing... Tongi, that is not a point of order. You are, it seems to be some information to Honorable Eseri. Don't you want to get concurrence from him that he needs your information? Honorable Eseri, do you want to be informed?
I think the information is not needed because,
Honorable Tongi,
Mr. Speaker,
too bad.
I never said supplementary budgets should not be brought to the House. I said it is very clear, even from our own constitution, that you don't introduce new projects with a supplementary budget. That's a constitutional matter. It's not Dr. Seli. It's also very clear in the Public Finance Management Act that you actually don't do that, the regulations. But that's what we are doing. And from what we found as we're investigating these matters, we found that one of the reasons why we're having poor implementation of our budget is because of the frequent supplementary budgets. So we encourage the executive to go slow on supplementary budgets. There should not be so many. Because if there are too many, they are also impacting negatively on implementation of that budget.
Well, yes, your space is gone. Honorable Mohammed Sheikh.
Chair, Honorable Speaker, I wish to give up on this, given that I was waiting for a report from the PIC. So I will wish not to contribute to this one. Thank you. I wish to this, Honorable Chair.
Sorry, Honorable Sheikh, I missed what you said, but I guess you contributed.
Look, I wanted to contribute to the next report on PIC as a member of the PIC committee, so I wish to give up on this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well. You must be very kind. Then your kindness must be extended very quickly to Honorable Sotsi.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also raise my voice on this very important motion. First, Mr. Speaker, I would start by congratulating the committee that is led by the able chair, Honorable Bio and I. They have worked very hard, and now, once we pass this particular report, it will mean that we only need just one report for 2017-2018, and we will be up to date as Parliament. You are aware that this Parliament has been blamed in the past that we have not been able to pass audited reports as required, and therefore the revenue that goes to the counties is below what counties should receive. So I think this is a commendable step, because that means in the next financial year, when they'll be computing the revenues to be shared to the counties, the amount we expect it to be higher. Mr. Speaker, when you read through this report, then you realize that something is fundamentally wrong with our accounting system as a government. Everywhere you read, you don't get good stories. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly concerned about several issues. One is this report highlights that there was under expenditure of over 240 million shillings. Mr. Speaker, I want to also concur with Dr. Iseli that some of these things, they give an impression that we have a serious problem with our planning. Because this under expenditure is caused by things like delays in release of exchequer, things like inadequate exchequer, resulting maybe from issues like inadequate revenue collection, things like delayed disbursement of donor funds, issues to do with the IFMIS, challenges of procurement. These are issues, if well planned, we should not be experiencing these issues. For example, inadequate revenue collection. Mr. Speaker, this morning we were debating on the issue of a debate on the appointment, vetting of the new controller of budget. And I listened to the nominee for the controller of budget, who is now the controller of budget, said that one of the challenges is that the budgeting officers at Treasury do not use projections by KRA. And that's why sometimes we don't meet the targets that we want to achieve in terms of our budgeting. So I am sure that now that the new controller of budget has identified the problem, we will not be having issues like under expenditure as highlighted in this report. Mr. Speaker, the second issue is the pending bills. Pending bills. Again, an issue of pending bills is a reflection of poor planning, because pending bills arise as a result of delays in release of exchequer, variation of project costs, issues like austerities measures that are introduced midstream. For example, what we are now accustomed to, the budget what we call budget rationalization, and weak budget controls. Mr. Speaker, these are issues and challenges that can be addressed if we had a proper planning regime. And sometimes you wonder whether there is a coordination problem between the planning department and budgeting department and other organs of state concerned with planning processes. So I think these issues of pending bills, it is an issue that can be resolved. Again, the issue of public debt. As indicated in this report, there was an increase of 137% within the 5-year period in public debt. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious issue, and I want to thank the Budget Committee, because in their report, one of the things they have recommended is that we set up an independent budget management office that will look at issues of public debt, because it is a matter that has to be addressed. And the Speaker's ruling to the Finance Committee that they need to come to this House with a report after having analyzed all reports to do with public debt and inform this House on the challenges around public debt and how to address them. Mr. Speaker, someone also talked about supplementary budgets. I want to agree with the Honorable Dr. Iseli that indeed, if you see, there are so many supplementary budgets in a year. that is a sign of poor planning. Because if you have planned well, then you need to have very few supplementary budget. And one important issue that was raised in the last year's report on budget was a recommendation that new projects should not be introduced in the supplementary budget. Mr. Speaker, even the supplementary budget we have passed here, we have seen new projects introduced. So now it raises the question as, why did they not foresee that there is going to be a project to come up in the next few months? So I think this issue of supplementary budgets, in the past, we could have only 2 supplementary budgets, or sometimes 1 supplementary budget. But now it's becoming too many. That is not a good sign, Mr. Speaker, and I think something has to be done about it. Now, Mr. Speaker, because the controller of budget is a very key person when it comes to public finance management, because the controller of budget is the second gatekeeper to the consolidated fund. Now that we have passed a new controller of budget, we want to see effectiveness in that office. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because one of the issues that we are concerned with is that the controller of budget is supposed to manage budget implementation and to ensure that funds are released to projects that are evaluated and ensures that all those projects meet the requirements that were set. In the last financial year, we were wondering how the controller of budget oversaw the payment of public money to ghost projects like Arol and Kimaren. We do not want to hear such things. We have also heard about the Eurobond and others. So we expect the new controller of budget to play her role very well. We also expect Treasury to play their role very well. And we also expect Parliament to also play its role very well in matters of budget oversight. And I'm sure Mr. Speaker will be able to address some of these challenges that have been noted in this report. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of interest, unsurrendered or unaccounted for interest. Mr. Speaker, there are interest that have been unaccounted for amount to over 518 million. Mr. Speaker, this is not small money. This is a lot of money, and as the committee has recommended, this is something that ministries must take it seriously. And as the Vice Chair of Implementation, I want to support my chair, is that we are going to look into this report and ensure that the recommendations that have been approved by the PAC committee are going to be implemented. For those few remarks, I support.
Honorable Mawada Musiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. First, I wish to actually congratulate the PAC for the wonderful job they've done, because we've always been working with very outdated audit reports, but due to the current PAC committee, they have actually brought us to almost current, because they have brought to us 2016-2017 audited report. And that, as we continue to support the devolution, that will actually enable us, or rather the point of division of revenue will be such that we are able to use figures that are very, very current, being 2016, 2017, and they'll be able to, the counties will be able to get, will be rather using more current reports, so the counties will be able to get additional funds or more money. On the issue of scholarship, I wish to support the point on the report on scholarship. Some of us come from very, very needy constituencies when it comes to issues of education and scholarship. So I wish to support the issue of actually ensuring that we have scholarships to our needy students. With those few remarks, I wish to yield because as per the request of one of my seniors, that we may be able to bring in the next motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mugeno, you want to speak to this? Yes. But I can't see you on the screen here. Honorable Mugeno.
Speaker, unfortunately, okay, let me speak to this briefly, Mr. Speaker, because members of this House wish to have the next report tabled, and I mean the next report discussed here. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say a few words, especially on this particular report which has been tabled. I wish to congratulate the members of that committee and actually reiterate the fact that it is our purpose, it is our work as members of this House to do this particular report. Mr. Speaker, the major reason why we do this, Mr. Speaker, is for purposes of oversight and legislation, so that what the government does and what we budget on the government is usefully used in a manner that is meant for. Mr. Speaker, another reason is also for purposes of advising the executive on the next course of action. And Mr. Speaker, I would wish to state here that this House has the responsibility to advise the executive on the use and management of the funds which are allocated to different departments and different ministries. Mr. Speaker, we've heard the President mostly debating on the issue of how to bring the Big Four agenda and how to finish corruption in this country and how to make use of the funds that we allocate to different ministries and departments. But, Mr. Speaker, it is our responsibility also to advise the President where the loopholes are, so that he may not direct his energies to issues that does not help this nation, nor him personally. Mr. Speaker, I believe what legacy the President should leave for this country is not what many people have been talking about. The President should leave a legacy of sealing the loopholes of wastages in this country. Mr. Speaker, we budget a lot of money, billions of money every year. But when you corroborate what is happening in the ground, Mr. Speaker, nothing happens. And this question goes to the executive, because those are the people who implement. Those are the people who are meant to give this nation a clean slate of expenditure. Mr. Speaker, the President should ensure that all the wastages in the ministries are sealed. The question of corruption, Mr. Speaker, the President has been talking about, but it is a mirage. I've never imagined a country that speaks of killing or finishing corruption and doing exactly the opposite. Mr. Speaker, we have three arms of government: the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive. The executive carries the largest amount of allocation in every budget every year, followed by maybe the legislature and I mean followed by the county governments, and maybe the legislature and the judiciary. But the lots of money that is lost, Mr. Speaker, is lost in the executive. It is a responsibility of the President to tell us why that money gets lost, not this House. Mr. Speaker, the money, in most of the cases, the people who are presented before courts, dragged in courts because of loss of money, are the executive. It's very rare to find members of parliament being taken to court. It's very rare for members of the judiciary to be taken to court because of corruption. It is the executive. So I think the President should look unto himself and his team and ensure that if he wants to finish corruption in this country, deal with your team, so that we don't hear these noises, most of the cases being told members of parliament, members of the public, members of the judiciary. It is the executive that should finish corruption. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is that the executive and the President himself should stamp his authority on how we run the management of the funds that we allocate to roads especially. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the debts that we have in this country, currently, the country is really overwhelmed. The President, the first President of this country, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, never left us with debts.
The second president, Mr. Moi, never left us with debts, although he left a country that was almost broken in terms of economy. The third president, President Mwai Kibaki, who was sick, who took office on a wheelchair, and whose, Mr. Speaker, that is a man who changed the economy of this country. He brought
Order, Honorable Geno, what is out of order, Honorable Muriuki Jagagua? I doubt your mic is audible.
Honorable Speaker.
If you, is it? The other one.
Oh, thank you. Now this puts me in trouble because a while ago the speaker was there before, mentioned about the member for Embu, and she never clarified whether it was me or Karemba. Now I can see says around. So, but Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the member who is contributing to tell us that to misread this house, that President Moi never left us in debt, while we know that he left us way behind in matters of debts, and it's only Kibaki who trying to bring us up. Is the member in order to misread this honorable house, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you. Honorable Jagagua wanted to give you information, but you used another route on a point of order. But anyway, Honorable Ngeno, don't you want to speak to that? Because you want
Mr. Speaker, I think my great friend, my good friend, never understood what debt is and how the economy is. What I meant, Mr. Speaker, is that President Moi never left debts to the people of this country, but he left a country that was in tatters economically, but we never had debts. If you had, we had very little, just like any other normal country. So, Mr. Speaker, like if you look at how Mheshimiwa Kibaki brought up this country from where it was, from -2 to 7.2, he left a small debt. And I remember what President Kibaki borrowed for is only I think it is the superhighway, the thicker superhighway. That is what Kibaki, actually, that is the debt which Kibaki left us with. But the current government is almost, they are almost borrowing even for buying water for the expenditure in their offices. Mr. Speaker, this House has the responsibility to advise the presidency that the country is heading in the wrong direction in terms of the debts, in terms of the economy. People are hungry. People have no money. It's very shocking that the president lately asked why people don't have money. Obviously, sometimes as Speaker, some people might ask us why you slept hungry. Is it because you had no appetite of eating? But because they don't know, we slept hungry because there was no food to eat. So the president was also asking, why do people don't have money? It is the responsibility of Mheshimiwa Wandai, Mheshimiwa Ngeno, Mheshimiwa Wahome to advise the president why the country, why the people don't have money in their pockets. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this document, which has been tabled in this House, is a good enough document to advise the president and the executive on how to bring back this country to its normal course. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Alice, you get a chance, but not before Honorable Nyenze. Edith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this time to contribute briefly on this report on the financial statements as laid down by the ABO team, the PAC. Let me congratulate them for even bringing these the statements in time, and we hope in the next time they will even improve better so that we can only have 1 year pending. Let me comment on the report that there's been a slow absorption of funds. And this one is actually brought about by the exchequer taking time to release the funds. And I would like to say that they should actually take shorter time to release the funds because there are so many projects which are unfunded. It's not that the country cannot absorb the money, but the issue is on the time it takes to release these funds. So I think there should be improvement on such. The other thing is on pending bills, especially in the county governments. Most of the county governments have an issue of pending bills, and especially in some of the counties, you find that there are people who have done work for the county governments, and then they have not been paid for years. Some people have even actually often borrowed, and have also gone through depression. Some people have even died, and as we talk, they are still not paid because they've borrowed heavily from the banks, yet they have not been paid. So I think this is the right time to push the government so that the pending bills may be paid, and that in future we should just engage people and pay them immediately. On the issue of supplementary budgets, we should also have very few of them, or if in any case, as you budget, we should budget for what is necessary and try to avoid supplementary budgets. I know this is where, if we are not careful, this is where some things get into the budget which we are not intended or which we are not anticipated. So it's good that the committee also observed and talked about the supplementary budgets. So with that, let me congratulate the COB, the controller of budget, who was approved today, and wish her the best, and hope that she will also contribute in making sure that the funds for the government are well spent. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support and congratulate the committee. Thank you.
Honorable Wahome Muthoni.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak to the report on examination of the financial statement. Mr. Speaker, let me start by appreciating the report is timely, but most important is that we are looking at a supplementary budget, and my colleagues here, the honorable members, have spoken to the fact that we are finding new items that are finding their way into the supplementary budget. Mr. Speaker, obviously those are bad manners and bad practice. Mr. Speaker, and I say this because the role of supplementary budget is very clear, as laid out in the Constitution, and the parameters are known, and therefore when you see new items, it is possible that people want to sneak in items that are likely to be benefiting particular individuals and not the public interest, Mr. Speaker. As we are doing this, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, you will find that there are projects that are stalling because they have been underfunded, or that they have not been funded, or the budget has not been released, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, the work of this House is not to congratulate the government. The work of this House, Mr. Speaker, is to offer oversight, give a positive criticism that is likely to help and assist the executive, Mr. Speaker. And you know, we are in an era that we don't have a functional opposition, Mr. Speaker, because the opposition is in bed with the government, and therefore, when you wait for possible criticism, the government, the members of parliament that are with the Jubilee or with the government, or elected through the ruling party, Mr. Speaker, then you'll find that their work also is not necessarily to commend the government every time or to support and support and support. The oversight role is suffering, Mr. Speaker, more so because of the era that I have talked about. And therefore, I think it is time that Parliament took its role more seriously than it is doing. Mr. Speaker, recently an honorable member of this House spoke in very bad light about her colleagues in in Harambe in Kirinyaga, where, and Mr. Speaker, because it is in the public domain, this house, unless we are careful, we cannot be given bad names by others, and then as members, we continue to follow the same and give ourselves bad names without substantiating issues. And therefore, we are doing things that are not necessarily legislative, while therefore not doing our work correctly. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the budget work itself and where the government is, I think we have so much in our hands that we can do to support, to help the government implement the projects. But this practice of loss of monies every year, we are dealing with big losses and bigger losses. I think Parliament has a place to, has to be accountable, and it is not possible to always point fingers at the executive. While we are the ones examining these statements, we are the ones allowing the budget or giving the budgetary allocations to the government, and then when we come then to oversight and to say this is not going on well, we are shying away from our work. Mr. Speaker, I can see the member Nasir is very happy about this statement, and I know, he's in PAC, and I know his role. I think he has done fairly well, but I want to remind him that the oversight role is more critical, especially when it is taken up by the opposition, not opposition, maybe the minority. Now when you call people opposition, they feel like they are, they are not in the government. This government is for the minority and for the majority, and therefore all of us have a critical role. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned about the budget, the debt that this country is shouldering. We are talking about close to 6 trillion Kenya shillings, and every year we are adding onto that instead of reduction. And the last time we allowed the Treasury to actually borrow, we agreed that it is because we want also to retire very old debts. And so I want to inform Ngeno here, the honorable member, for, is it Uadikil? Yeah, Uadikil, that actually the debts that we were referred to by the Minister for Finance are debts that go back to close to the independence days, way back to 1970s, and they're attracting, some of them are commercial rates. We also asked the minister to actually file a schedule of the debt so that this House can be able to look and see indeed that we agreed that we will allow borrowing for purposes of even consolidating the debts, borrowing at a lesser rate, 1% from the World Bank, but also retiring the old debts. And that schedule, I believe, Mr. Speaker, would be able to help Ngeno to look and see whether the era of whether we are not dealing with the debts of the era of the retired Moi, Kibaki, and now this government. Actually, this government has done very badly. And if you look very clearly, it is syndicate borrowing and commercial borrowing by the same people who are in the government, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, even when we come here to approve a supplementary budget, we must remind the corrupt, the people who are stealing from the Kenyans, that we still have roads that have not been done. We have hospitals, people are still dying, there is hunger, we have not irrigated 1 million acres. We want to remind our president of the promises he made about the stadia. We want to remind this government that we are still expecting the country to move as a nation, and that unity is more important than a position that we seek to occupy, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I think a hungry nation especially. Look at the floods that have hit the country, Mr. Speaker. A lot of it is bad planning in towns. If you look at what is happening, it means, even our roads are being swept away because of bad workmanship, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, this country must style up, must start doing the work properly, and Parliament must, of course, stop singing choruses when we come to this House and approving budgets, but ensuring that accountability, Mr. Speaker, is kept. I want to retire there, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak even as we go on to our recess, Mr. Speaker. I hope that the BBI, we will have time enough to go through the BBI, and I think the next round, then we also need to factor in budget properly so that we are not drawing money through the back door to fund maybe referendum or other groupings of some work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know somebody wants to speak to it. Thank you very much.
Members, there are two reports. What we are dealing with is a public council. I know immediately after this, we hope to get to the Public Investment Committee. And I am aware that quite a number of members actually would like to speak to the next, not on this particular one. But you know, I don't know because they are here. But when I call a member, they say they are registering for the next. But let me just confirm, because it is good to confirm. Because we have Honorable Duku, Honorable Ibrahim, Honorable Titoek, Honorable Hassan, and Honorable Katana. I'm not... Order. You know, these are members who have registered interest to speak. The next person is Honorable Duku. I'm not sure whether you want to speak this or the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's at my discretion to choose now which one I want to speak to. So really, you want to protect me from my colleagues, so that then I can speak on this one. Because as much as I want to speak on the next one, I think we are almost time bad. Mr. Speaker, I want to support this report by PSC. They've done a good job, and really, this is bringing to light the kind of a country that we are in. I happen to sit in a certain departmental committee, and I look at the way they do their things and the kind of reports they present to us, especially when they're appealing for budget allocation. And the many times that we've engaged them, we've had issues. Why is it that we still have pending bills? Yet we have PFMA Act 2012, whereby you cannot procure more than the money that is at your disposal. We are grappling as a country because we have refused and deliberately refused to move forward. The issue of pending bills should not appear in any time, and I think this is an indictment to the auditor, the controller of budget, because I don't know how these budgets are approved in the first place, and then there's money that is allocated, but we still find ourselves in this predicament every year in, year out, and really this is something that we have to deal with as a house. We have to pronounce ourselves on this, and on the issue of the numerous supplementary budgets that are being brought to this house. You know, economic planning is something that is very important for any country that is progressive. And for sure, budget is one tool of planning and projection as how much you want to spend based on the kind of projects that we have as a country. And when we have supplementary budgets that are varying from the original budget to the tune of more than 10%, then that means that something is very wrong in our planning mechanism. And I think with the appointment of the new controller of budget, I think she should take up her office positively and do what she has to do, so that then we get ourselves out of the quagmire that we are in. Since we came into this house, we've had several supplementary budgets being brought that really are not any reflective of the budget that we passed. And that is so telling as the type of managers we have entrusted with our money. And now, because my colleagues are on my case, I wish to stop at that, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I want to thank PSC for really being taking their time to prosecute and to give us a report that is worth the salt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see an intervention from Honorable Ibrahim.
Yeah. Speaker, I raise under standing order 9.5. Going by the mood of the House Speaker, I will request the mover to reply.
Honorable, why are you saying there is no mood? The mood cannot be defined by you. It is defined by me. You know, Honorable is shouting from his seat. In the morning, you had actually talked about the mood. How comes this time? But Honorable Rono, you still have, I'll put this to the members to make a decision. Honorable Rono, I have to deduce and establish the mood from yourselves. Honorable members, that I would put the question that the mover be called to reply. With as many as are of that opinion say aye. With as many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I want to thank my colleagues for their contribution to this very important motion. And at this juncture, I beg to reply.
Yeah, honorable members, that is replied to. So we shall not put the question at this particular time. Maybe at a later time. Next order.
Order number 16, motion, report on the inquiry into the safety of the ferries.
Yeah, Chairperson, Public Investments Committee, Honorable Sharif.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, katika ripoti yake ya mwaka 2016-17, mkaguzi mkuu alitaja na kuweka wazi ya kwa milango ya feri vifukio ilikuwa haifungi na zilikuwa hazifanyi kazi, na feri zilikuwa zinaenda na kufanyiwa kazi bila marekebisho kwa wakati unaotakana na bila kufanyiwa marekebisho yale yanayotakana. Tunavyoongea hivi sasa hivi, madakika yaliyopita, kuna feri ambazo zimekwama katikati na kuna feri nyingine imeitwa kuja kuweza kuivuta. Tunavyoongea Bwana Spika, masiku kidogo yalopita, takriban siku 3-4 zilizopita, kwa sababu ya hii milango kutoweza kufanya kazi, kuna mmoja kwa sababu ya mivua aliteleza na kaingia ndani ya maji. Lao angelikuwa si mjasiri na kungelikuwa hakuna boti ya haraka, leo tungelikuwa tunazungumza masala mengine. Na Kenya haitosahau tarehe 29 Septemba mwaka 2019, Spika, ya kuwa kuna Wakenya wawili, mama na mwanawe, walioweza kupoteza maisha yao. Na tunavyozungumza, sisi kama kamati ambao nataka sana kuitoa shukrani, kuipongeza wanakamati wenzangu kwa kazi ile ambayo kwamba waliweza kuifanya. Nataka kuchukua fursa kuweza kupongeza afisi ya karani mkuu, clerk wa bunge, na pia afisi ya spika kwa usaidizi wa kuhakikisha kwa tumeweza kufanya ripoti hii. Ni jambo ambalo kwamba si la kukatazwa, lakini la kubainisha wazi ya kwa tunavyoongea hizi feri mpaka sasa milango yake hayafanyi kazi. Ni jambo bila kuweza kuangalia hivi wala hivi, ya kuwa feri inatumia milioni 102 kila mwaka ili kuweza kulipia gharama za mafuta ya kuendesha ile feri. Lakini 25% ya hiyo imesababishwa kwa sababu ya milango yasipofanya kazi, gharama ya kuweza kuendesha zile feri ni zaidi. Na wale Waswahili wanasema ya kuwa tunatupa shilingi ili tuokote peni. Ndipo hapa ya kuwa hatutengezi lakini tunazidi kudidimia. Na katika ukaguzi wetu tuliita Kenya Maritime Authority, tuliita waziri muhusika, tukaita Kenya Ferry, na hatukusimama hapo, tukaenda mpaka katika zile feri zenyewe. Na yale ambayo kwamba tumeweza, na tunaomba bunge liweze kukubaliana pamoja na sisi. Na najua ya kuwa ni tembe uchungu, sindano uchungu ambao lazima tuweze kuikubali ili pawe na mwelekeo bora. Kwanza, shirika la Kenya Ferry Services. Shirika la Kenya Ferry Services bila ya hivi wala hivi, hii ripoti ikishaweza kukubalika na bunge, pale kwa pale waweze kuhakikisha ya kwa feri ya MV Harambee iwekwe kando na ifanyiwe dry docking, ama kwa lugha nyingine ya kwa ile ukaguzi na utengenezaji wa feri kitanda chake kwa pale chini. Pili, Bwana Spika, Kenya Maritime Authority ni jambo la kusikitisha, lakini katika ukaguzi wetu ilikuwa ni wazi ya kwa Kenya Maritime Authority hakuna ukaguzi wowote wanaofanya katika feri hizi, bali ni kuangalia tu. Na hata tulipoweza kuwauliza wale wakaguzi, tukawauliza ya kuwa muliona ya kwa milango hayafanyi, wakasema ya kwa walikuwa wameona ya kwa yanafanya, na Wakenya wote hakuna ambaye kwamba ni kipofu kujua ya kwa milango ya feri haifanyi. Kwa hivyo tunawaambia Kenya Maritime Authority, feri zile zilobaki zote zifanywe ukaguzi tena upya, zile certificate ambazo kwamba wamezitoa za bandia bila kufikiria hivi wala hivi ziweze kurekebishwa, na feri ikiwa haipo sawa isimamishwe isiweze kuendelea. Tatu, Bwana Spika, tunataka serikali kupitia kwa Wizara ya Fedha, na hata tulipokuwa tunakagua hii ripoti ilikuwa inasemekana ya kwa fedha zinatoka, lakini baada ile siku tulikuwa tunaandika ripoti fedha zenyewe zilikuwa hazijafika kwa Kenya Ferry. Kwa hivyo tunashurutisha serikali lazima itoe hizi fedha za kuweza kuhakikisha kwa gharama za matengenezo yaweze kufanyika. Na pia tunasema ya kuwa hizi fedha ikiwa inamalizika ule mwaka, fedha zisirejee tena katika serikali kuu, lakini fedha za kutengeza feri ziweze kukaa pale pale kwa lugha ya kitaaluma ya bunge na kisheria ya kwa zile fedha ziwe ring fenced. Pili, tunasema ya kwa ofisi ya mkaguzi mkuu, Auditor General, ni lazima waangalie ule mkataba ulioko baina ya kampuni ya African Marine and General Engineering na Kenya Ferry, kwa sababu ndio kampuni peke yake ambayo inaweza kufanya utengezaji wa feri kwa kile kitanda cha chini. Ya chini ya maji ni kampuni moja peke yake. Tunataka kampuni ya ofisi ya mkaguzi mkuu waweze kuangalia ya kwa fedha zilizoweza kutumika zinafaa na ni sawa sawa. Na tunasema ya kwa shirika la Kenya Ports Authority pia liweze kuangalia uwezekano wa kuhakikisha ya kwa waweke ile sehemu ya kutengeza hizi feri ili gharama hizi ziweze kupungua. Na tunataka Kenya Maritime Authority waangalie yale ambao kwamba wanaoyazungumza, kwa sababu bila shaka ni urongo ambao kwamba waliweza kupeana katika kamati ya kwa walikagua hizi feri hawakuzikagua. Na nataka pia, kwa sababu tumegundua kwa Kenya Maritime Authority wale ambao kwamba waliweza kupatiwa kazi ya ukaguzi wana miaka 70 na kupita, na watu wawili peke yake. Sasa swala ni hao wakiwa hawako, hizi vifaa vote vitaweza kukaguliwa na nani? Na tunataka serikali ikiweza kuweka board za Kenya Ferry wasitafute watu ambao kwamba hawana taaluma yoyote, watafute watu ambao kwamba wana taaluma ya ubaharia, watafute watu wana taaluma ya kazi za uinjinia, watafute watu wenye taaluma kadha wa kadha. Na tunasema ya kwa Kenya Maritime Authority wahakikishe ya kwa waajiri wana bilioni 1.2 kwa mwaka wanakusanya, waajiri wale ambao kwamba ni wenye kuzama chini kwa chini na wale wenye kuzama ndani ya maji wahakikishwe ya kwa wawe katika zile feri. Na wakati hauko na sisi, lakini nitawacha hizi nyingine, na najua ni jambo la uchungu kwa wale wenye kutumia feri ya kwa hizi feri zikiweza kuzuiliwa, lakini serikali haitoweza kusikia mlio wa watu isipokuwa pale pana tatizo, na ili tatizo hatuwezi kubali. Ni afadhali tuwe na tatizo ya kwa watu vifukio vimeweza kuzuilika kidogo kuliko kuwa na matatizo ya vifo kwa jambo ambalo kwamba linaweza kurekebishwa kwa miezi. Asante sana Bwana Spika, na ningeomba naibu mwenyekiti wangu aweze kuniunga mkono katika jambo hili.
Huyo ni nani? Naibu wako anaitwa nani?
Mheshimiwa Abdissalam, sijui kama ataongea Kiswahili ama Kiingereza, kumkumbusha tu Kisomali akikubaliwe bunge.
Mheshimiwa Ibrahim, wakati ni wako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise to support this motion. Speaker, I rise to second this motion. Speaker, the Public Investment Committee's inquiry into the safety of ferries operated by Kenya Ferry Services started from an audit query raised by the Auditor General on the audited accounts of state corporations for the financial year 2016-2017. In his report, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General raised that the police on most ferries were defective, causing the bows to be submerged in water. And this has exposed vehicles and passengers on the ferries to be on a dangerous state. Now, the Auditor General further observed that dry docking for most ferries were not done on time as scheduled, and some ferry engines had operated for more than 30,000 hours without undergoing an engine overhaul. You will find that MV Kwale is a good example of such ferries, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the safety of ferries operated by Kenya Ferry Services has been under national spotlight because you remember on the date of 26 September 2019, we have lost 2 lives, a mother and her child, and that ugly scenario, which has, of course, led to the country again incurring a lot of expenses as a result of this. Mr. Speaker, our committee had a meeting with Kenya Ferry Services, Kenya KMA, that's Kenya Maritime, the CS, PS, and our observations were as follows. Speaker, the pros on most ferries were totally non-functional and some pros were submerged in water. Secondly, at the time of the inspection of the committee in November 2019, Mr. Speaker, the pros of MV Harambe, which was the ferry that led to the loss of 2 lives, the mother and her child, were badly damaged and totally submerged in water. Mr. Speaker, as a safety measure, we expected that there was a chain that was supposed to run across the deck to prevent vehicles from slipping off, vehicles and passengers slipping off into the ferry. And we have realized that it was non-functional during our visit, and passengers that were supposed to be getting education on safety and, safety measures have not received any education. Interestingly, passengers were boarded in their vehicles and they stayed inside their vehicles, and this is contrary and against the safety procedures that required passengers to disembark from vehicles once they get into the ferry. Mr. Speaker, in terms of certification, you will find that there were only 2 people responsible. One man does the inspection, and the other person just checks the inspection report and signs it. In terms of the 2 people, as the chair has correctly raised, both of them on contractual terms. They are past the retirement age, and there was no clear succession plan by KMA to ensure continuity of the service in inspection of the marine vessels. This is dangerous to the existence of this country. Mr. Speaker, before I give to my colleagues, I seem to be a bit under pressure from my colleagues. We have realized that in terms of budget allocation, the budget allocation by Treasury to Kenya Ferry Services is very low. I think it is important that for them to do timely dry docking, it is important that the National Treasury allocates urgently the required money for that purpose. That said, I second this motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, I propose a question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Public Investments Committee on its inquiry into the safety of ferries, as observed in the audited accounts of Kenya Ferry Services for the financial year 2016-2017, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, December 3rd, 2019. Shall we start with Honorable Hassan Maarim? Order, members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this report from the onset. I just want to say that the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure and Urban Development, Mr. Speaker, are gambling with the lives of Kenyans that are using the Likoni channel. Just because, Mr. Speaker, there is serious lack of funding for this very important transport system to the people of Mombasa and Pase, Likoni, and Ukunda and South Coast. Mr. Speaker, what is very interesting to note is that there's a body that is mandated to regulate, to inspect, to provide safety certificates, the Kenya Maritime Authority. They are sleeping on the job. And both of these organizations come under the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure and Urban Development, who have deliberately decided not to underfund the Kenya ferry services, thereby risking the lives of Kenyans. Out of the 6 ferries owned by Kenya Ferries, Honorable Speaker, 3 of them are over 30 years old, 30 years old. And there's no evidence of, continuous servicing of these ferries. Mr. Speaker, it's a very sad situation, and I will urge this House to adopt this report, and thereafter come up with a mechanism of one funding these services, and also ensuring Kenya Maritime Services take their role. I support, Mr. Speaker.
There seems to be quite a bit of pressure from your neighbors there. Honorable Katana.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Nasimama kuunga mkono ripoti hii. Bwana Spika, ukiangalia ripoti hii na vile hali ilivyo kwa sasa, Wizara ya Uchukuzi imezembea na inachezea maisha ya wananchi ambao wanatumia kivuko cha feri cha Likoni. Kwa sababu ukiangalia, tunaweza kulaumu wakurugenzi ama mkurugenzi na timu yake ile ambao wako feri, lakini hawana fedha za kufanyia ukarabati feri hizi. Ukiangalia feri ya MV Harambe ambayo ilihusika na ajali, MV Nyayo na MV Kilindini zina umri wa miaka 30, na tunatumia pesa nyingi zaidi. Feri moja inatumia zaidi ya shilingi milioni 100 kufanyiwa ukarabati.
Honorable Katana Kahindi, member for Kaloleni. It is 7 p.m. Now, that is not to say that your space is gone. It is not gone. When this order is next, you shall have a remainder of 9 minutes, so that then you can prosecute your case fully, when this is scheduled next by the House Business Committee. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House stayed adjourned until Thursday, December 5th, 2019 at 2:30 p.m.